Okay, folks, we have the live stream up and going. So we'll just get back to the open portion of the meeting. And as always, we're just going to begin by acknowledging that we're meeting today on the traditional unceded territories of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. And as is our practice, we'll read one of the 94 calls to action. Call to action number 57, professional development and training for public servants. We call upon federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to provide education to public servants on the history of Aboriginal people, including the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal Crown relations. This will require skills-based training in intercultural competency, conflict resolution, human rights, and anti-racism. Okay, first item is adoption of minutes from September 24th. Moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed to adoption? And that passes unanimously. Now we're getting to business arising, and we're going to turn to the CAO for a follow-up on the delegation from Solid Outreach Society.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So as you'll recall, the Solid Outreach Society presented as a delegation September 24th with a report on their project and activities and a request for further funding. By way of background, Solid received almost $30,000 in HSS funding from the CVRD in late April for a pilot 3-month morning encampment outreach program, which ceased at the end of July of 2024. Solid's request on September 24th was for an additional $99,000 in funding to continue its encampment outreach for 6 months. In addition to the funding provided to Solid, the CVRD expended an additional $70,000 from the HSS Homelessness Support Service in 2024 to 4 other recipients. The RD still has $200,000 in its 2024 budget not yet expended. The board opted to not award those funds earlier this year and is waiting on the outcome of the 3 bodies of work associated with non-market housing and its strategic initiatives. Any consideration for assigning the $200,000 would have to be balanced against the outstanding work related to the housing initiatives. Solid has also provided letters of support for the encampment program since the delegation, including from the Coalition to End Homelessness. At this time, the CVRD board would need to provide direction to staff to prepare a report on Solid's funding request. Alternatively, and given that 2 of the 3 bodies of work related to non-market housing are on today's board agenda, the board may opt to receive today's reports and give further consideration to additional homelessness support service grant awards in the future. For certainty, the board will be asked to consider funding awards under the Homelessness Support Service during the 2025 budget deliberations. Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks, CAO. So I'm just looking to see what the will of the board is at this point. Can certainly see wisdom in receiving the number of reports we have on housing before coming to this. So CAO, we may then, if we choose to revisit this following, we can just put it on the agenda for a subsequent board meeting. Correct. Okay. All right, and seeing no interest in any particular course of action at this point, we'll go with that, and we'll move into reports. And the first is the Green and Inclusive Community Building Fund applications, and that's for receipt.
Move receipt.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll turn that over to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Doug DeMarzo, our General Manager of Community Services, will be introducing this staff report on the Green and Inclusive Community Building Fund applications.
Good afternoon, and through the chair, this is a grant application that was seen at the Rec Commission last week, and there's been some further information added. Really, it's about seeking support for our 2 applications to the Green and Inclusive Community Building Fund program, one for the Aquatic Center and one for the Sports Center. Overall, it's a federal program, about $1.5 to look at retrofitting existing community buildings. It's of some urgency as the closing date is October 16th. This grant is expected to be highly competitive, and if successful, it will accelerate components of our 20-year plan as presented recently. We are submitting 1 grant for each category, one being the small and medium retrofits, another being the large retrofits. Staff will work with Focal Engineering to determine which projects are most appropriate to package together from a construction, timing, and emissions reduction standpoint. Focal Engineering has also been engaged to complete their RET screen energy models as required by the application. And furthermore, the Comox Valley Accessibility Committee, which was the piece we may have been missing at the Rec Commission, has brought a short review of the facilities to help identify projects that are being included in this grant application. You'll see there's two tables for the project totaling 6.9 million, which 80% is proposed to be grant funded. It also seeks to provide a little bit of extra support for the ice slab replacements, which turned out to have some ineligible grant components to it. With that, I can answer any questions as we move towards the recommendations in front of you.
All right, I'm not seeing anything online, so perhaps we can just dispense with receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? That passes. Then the recommendations. Okay, the recommendation number 1 moved and seconded. Any questions on that or commentary? All right, any opposed to the recommendation? Seeing none, that passes. And recommendation number 2. That's been moved and seconded. Any questions there? Any opposed? Oh, sorry, there is a question there. It's too quick.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge that these seem like tremendous opportunities, and I want to appreciate staff for digging them up. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, yeah. No, these are this tremendous potential there, and we do appreciate the work that's gone in, especially as you're noting it's going to be quite a competitive process. So thanks for preparing those. Okay, so the recommendation is on the table. Seeing no further comments, any opposed to accepting it? All right, and that carries. And the second report is the 2024 UBCM convention meetings for receipt. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. And before passing it over to the CAO, I just wanted to take a moment just to acknowledge our Vice Chair, Director Kerr, for stepping in to be there for those meetings. As a new member of the executive committee at FCM, I was somewhat frustrated to see that the executive committee meetings were booked the exact same days as UBCM, and had to, after much deliberation, did choose to attend that, knowing that I had great representation here. And just want to thank Director Kerr for all the work he put into this. I made the decision during the summer, and he and I have worked to make sure that he was fully prepared and staff had been there for him. So with that, just to express my appreciation and pass it over to staff to start the report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this report touches on the various meetings held during the UBCM conference, which was in Vancouver in mid-September. It describes the 4 minister meetings that were held, as well as several staff meetings with different ministries on different priorities of the CVRD, some of which both staff and minister meetings were collaborative with other jurisdictions in the Comox Valley, as well as the one meeting with Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness that was attended by, I think, upwards of 9 other regional districts, representatives from 9 other regional districts in the province. And I think that was well appreciated by the minister in that collaborative effort. There is only one recommendation that we would suggest coming out of those various meetings. There's lots of other follow-up work, and I think, as noted in the tables, that's more or less at an operational level, but provided here for board's interest. The one recommendation would be that follow-up with the Minister of Housing regarding suggested improvements to the extreme weather response program. So if you have any questions, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to field them.
All right, I have no questions myself. I don't see any other. Oh, Director Grieve, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. At the meeting with Minister Vague, also the chair of the ALC was there, which was a real boost because, of course, she's very familiar with our regional district and put in a good word for us. But I know there is a chance to get some funding around agricultural water supply. And I'm just wondering, they were quite surprised that our regional district hasn't applied yet. I believe it's closing pretty soon, maybe the end of the month. I'm just wondering, do we have anybody on our staff that's live to this? And are we going to make an application? Because just from the tenor in the room there, I felt like they're waiting for us to make an application. So I'm just wondering if there's, you know, it ties in well with our Solom River plan, and of course we got the ag plan, and you know, the just water resources for agriculture is such a big issue right now. So I don't know if we've because I also know that our district agrologist has recommended we apply for that as well. So I'm just curious as to whether we're going to let it slip through our fingers. Thank you.
So the CVRD's focus has been around the Comox Valley Agricultural Plan, and that is coming back to the board here in late 2024. That plan may articulate some specific actions that could be taken around agricultural sector, coordination with ministry programs, and possibly identifying funding sources for potential investment. The CVRD doesn't have a service or a vehicle per se for those types of applications for funding. I agree. I was in a meeting with the minister, and that certainly seemed to be the sentiment, that there was grant opportunities there. CVRD is working through this ag plan to be able to identify where that would fit for the regional district's authority and role and ongoing responsibility.
All right, any other questions, comments on the convention meetings? All right, we're still on receipt. Any opposed to receipt? That carries, and then the recommendation referred to by the CAO. Someone wants to move that? Moved and seconded. Any questions on that? Any opposed? Okay, and that passes unanimously. Next report is the Regional Transportation Service. And I'll pass this over to our CAO to introduce it. Thank you. Move receipt.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have a couple of staff in attendance here today, and Alana Malali, our General Manager of Planning and Development Services, I think will be introducing the beginnings of the report and then introducing staff to also participate in this report presentation. Alana, I'll turn that over to you.
Great. Thanks very much, James, and through you, Mr. Chair, to the directors. We're bringing you this report today to discuss how we move from planning to impact in the realm of regional active transportation. Over the term of this board, we have completed an active transportation network plan, a transit future action plan, a mobility primer. We have brought forward grant applications, project designs, and conducted elected officials forum on the subject of transportation. You have identified transportation as a core service, although we don't presently have such a service. And you've acknowledged the significant relationships between and among public transportation and climate action, equity, inclusion, household affordability, and public health. We have an abundance of political will around this table, and we are very grateful for that. And yet, we, along with communities across this province, are struggling to deliver on our active transportation objectives amidst the current sort of piecemeal, grant-dependent, external opportunity-reliant approach to multi-jurisdictional active transportation design, construction, and maintenance that exists within our province. So today, we're bringing forward this report to recommend that you consider creating a service home for active transportation that will put us, we suggest, in a better position to plan, design, build, own, and manage these critical pieces of infrastructure that both you and us and our community are expecting in order to achieve all of the co-benefits that go along with active transportation. So I'd like to introduce you to Monica Whitney Brown. Monica is our long-range planner, and she's been doing most of the heavy lifting for us on this work to date. And Monica will present our analysis and some recommendations to you that we hope will spark some conversation to put us in that good position. Monica?
Thank you, Alana. Good afternoon, Chair and Directors. This report is presented on amending the existing transit service, Function 780, to become the Regional Transportation Service to establish a service home for regional transportation priorities. Next, that's me. So as noted, developing accessible, efficient, and affordable multimodal transportation has been a key goal under the regional growth strategy and a priority area for this board through adoption of existing reports, such as the implementation strategy and active transportation network plan and the mobility primer. And for our member municipalities making investments into local mode shifting infrastructure. Despite the policy basis to coordinate mode shifting priorities, such as active transportation, the current regional approach is ad hoc or piecemeal and functions on a project by project basis. So staff recommend that to implement the board's AT, transit, and mode shift priorities, a clear service home is required. And we suggest that a key limiting factor in the impact of local efforts is the absence of a dedicated and purposeful service for regional transportation. Under a regional service, resources can be directed to the development of an integrated regional transportation infrastructure network, including planning, design, construction, maintenance, and asset management of mode shifting, core settlement area connecting infrastructure, or spine infrastructure. So to get to this recommendation, staff completed a regional service options analysis. We looked at amending an existing services purpose, including the RGS service, the regional parks and trails service, and the transit service, and also looked at the creation of a new service, such as an active transportation dedicated service. Based on that analysis, we suggest that amendment of the transit service best reflects the board's interest in advancing regional transportation objectives. The expansion of the transit service to become the regional transportation service could be achieved through the proposed bylaw amendments, which are in the report before you, to change the service purpose and expand the service area to include the entire Comox Valley region. At present, the service emits a small portion of electoral area C. So currently, the purpose of Service 780 is limited to transit services. The proposed new purpose would be to provide for regional transportation services and initiatives that advance modal shift, which would enable planning, design, construction of regional infrastructure relating to transit, active transportation, mobility hubs, and other micro-mobility and low-carbon transportation initiatives. So staff recommend that participating area approval for these bylaw change amendments be sought by way of alternative approval process, a method I know you are all very familiar with at this point, but which is also covered in greater detail in the report in front of you. So these amendments, although minimal, would create the apparatus necessary to move forward on the board's transportation priorities. If this initial step is pursued, the board will have established this service home for multimodal transportation projects. Under a regional transportation service, the CVRD can lead work on the build-out of regional transportation priority projects, holding responsibility for coordinating, routing, and facility design, financing, asset management, grant applications, and other administrative burdens for regional community connecting transportation projects. The financial implications of pursuing the recommended bylaw updates are anticipated to be negligible for the coming budget year, as the recommended changes before you are really administrative kind of in nature. So there's no increased requisition recommended at this time. When the board would like to dedicate financial resources to active transportation projects or other initiatives through requisition in the future, the recommendations today kind of create the service tools to enable you to do so. In the future, the board may also wish to consider additional supportive tools for an amended service. This could look like a roundtable or committee, which could include elected officials, staff, and relevant community members to support transportation decision-making. The CVRD, under a regional transportation service, would be able to lead this key mode shifting work, with coordination, of course, required across the region to ensure a comprehensive approach to regional transportation needs. In the report before you, you'll also find additional details on taking a regional approach to transportation, some lessons learned from other jurisdictions, and legislative process considerations. There are significant economic, environmental, and social benefits of a robust integrated multimodal transportation system. The primary purpose of amending the transit service as recommended is to coordinate our local government's efforts to shift transportation modes within the Comox Valley region. Like many other communities, as Zelena alluded to, the CVRD has been grappling with how to implement AT plans and advance this mode shift. The current piecemeal approach does not work well long-term for moving projects like those recommended in the implementation strategy and the mobility primer forward. To implement the board's transportation priorities, a reliable and clear service home with dedicated resources is really necessary. Without this dedicated approach, the board may need to adjust expectations accordingly on the reality of seeing projects like the Cumberland to Courtney AT route or other regional projects built. Fortunately, we already have a service providing integrated, coordinated regional transit in the region. So amending Function 780 to become the regional transportation service leans on an established service model. The changes contemplated in the recommendations in front of you are fairly minimal at this time, but they do provide an important first step in developing the administrative apparatus to work towards the board's goals for providing transit solutions and ensuring mode shift. And ultimately, my final point is we know that transportation, as in the way we move through our community, is inherently regional. Our residents aren't focused on which jurisdictions they pass through. They care about being able to get to their destination safely, being able to save money because they can rely on an integrated transportation system, lowering their own environmental footprint by using active transportation and transit. They care that a carless senior in our community heading to a medical appointment or a 15-year-old student trying to reach an after-school job or activity can make a trip across the region using our public transportation infrastructure. And we have heard clearly from this board a desire to enable this kind of regional transportation work, which connects our community. So the recommendations before you present a small but crucial first step to enable that. I know there's a fair bit of information before you and in the report. So at this point, I'll just stop and be available to answer any questions or provide any more information to support your discussion.
All right, thanks, Monica. Just going to open the floor up. I see a couple of lights coming on, so we'll start off with Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks for the report and the presentation. I mean, I have a number of concerns about some potential pitfalls of going this route, but I guess my first question is, in reading the report about the options analysis and what other jurisdictions have done to address this, it's you know, I think it's probably a common problem across the way that BC divides up the jurisdiction between municipalities and rural areas. And the CVRD, it seemed like, or sorry, the CRD was the example that was maybe closest in alignment. They don't actually have the service activated yet, but it wasn't clear to me from the report if they're intending on including their public transportation in with this new service. Is that what they're doing, is putting active transportation in with their funding for public transit?
Through the chair to the director, just to clarify your question, are you asking if they're including active transportation in their proposed transportation service?
Yeah, because it did say that it was a new service, but it wasn't clear to me if they were bringing public transportation into that service.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, it's kind of an ongoing process at the CRD level. I believe at this point they're through their first reading of their bylaw, so that's available now. And it would, yes, be looking at integrating their, again, the regional level active transportation as well at that level. So currently there is no regional transportation service for the CRD. Some of their key projects like that have existed for a long time, such as the Galloping Goose Trail, exist under their park service. But moving forward on those priorities throughout the region is hampered by the fact that they don't have this service, which is how they kind of ended up at this point now with this first reading of their bylaw.
Yeah, okay, I did understand that from the report. What I didn't understand is whether or not they're putting that with their funding for public transit, like buses.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood the question. I'm gonna direct the question over to my general.
Thanks.
Through the chair, Director McCollum, I'm not exactly sure what CRD is doing in respect to financing, but what we would suggest to you is that you could set up this service with sub-functions, which is how we do electoral area planning, whereby we have a planning service, and within that service, we requisition separately for geographic information systems, current planning, long-range planning, and bylaw compliance. And so that's what we envision here, so that no one, such as the transit service, it would retain its wholeness as a sub-function. So that would be the mechanism that we would suggest to you that would, I think, get at the heart of what you're speaking to.
Okay, yeah, that is helpful. And my other question is, what is the difference right now between the current requisition and the max under the service? Like before, we would have to change the bylaw.
Through Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite Mick Swarsky, the manager of our transit service, to speak to that and what we project for 2025. Oh, sorry, Monica's prepped for that. Yep, go for it. Thank you.
Through the chair to the director. Can you hear me? Yep. Yeah, the current requisition, I believe it's 25 cents per $1,000 requisition, and we're currently at 0.123, so 12.34 cents. That's how the math works. Oh, okay.
Questions will be to you. So we'll go to Director Green.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report. It's got a lot of really good data in it. My question is around the second bullet in the recommendation that the bylaw be amended to include an adjustment to the service area boundary to include all of Area C. I'm just wondering what the rationale is with that.
Through the director to the chair, there's some information provided in the report before you, but I'll direct that question to Mike.
Yeah, so, just thinking about that portion of Area C that's excluded right now from transit, we do get a number of requests from that area from time to time about transit, and, have to tell them that they're not in the service area and we can't provide service into that area, largely because of that. And then I think also just in recognition of the regional nature of transportation, moving forward, if the board, chooses this direction, having all of the areas included just allows us more freedom to provide different types of transportation solutions into those areas, and rather than excluding a certain area from participating in kind of regional transportation. So that was kind of the main gist of it, just lessons learned through the transit service that we currently exclude them from, and thinking about transit or transportation as a fully regional concept.
Well, I did read the rationale was that handy dart service might be supplied to those areas, but you are aware that handy dart won't venture any more than 1 kilometer out of the city limits. So Courtney, U-Bahn Road is as far as they're going to go. So we don't have handy dart anyway. And also, this is an age-old thing. Anybody who's been around this table for any time knows I've been harping on this for a long time. I just wonder what basis do we have for apportioning the cost of transit? Because it's great to have these figures, because if you take a look at areas A, B, and C, and even C in its current state, it's $1,371,464. Now that's 60% of what Courtney, Comox, and Cumberland pay together, and 38% of the total budget. Now that doesn't, I would think that any kind of apportionment of that cost of that transit service should be based on transit hours and delivered to that area. And it's certainly not even close. I would say that we have number 12 and we have that bus on Thursdays and Tuesdays. But, to take a look at 38% of the total budget is on the backs of the rural areas, and you want to increase that. So I would actually, I think you should shrink the apportionment for the rural areas because we're not getting the service. And I don't see it in the near future. So I would actually ask that we get some kind of report drawn up that has a fairer way, a more proportional way of sharing the costs of transit based on the service we get. So I'm definitely not in favor in any way, shape, or form of that second bullet. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Director Grieve, and go to Director Grant next.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess there's good news in Comox. Our ridership has doubled in Comox. We've gone from 1 person on a bus up to 2. So we're doing really well that way. And I too struggle with the cost of transit and you know, I see it come up another 5,000 hours this year. You know, the reason why we agree to those is because I know there's a bigger need in Courtney than there is. But we are certainly not getting good value out of this. And so, you know, to come up with a new system and then charge us more is a little bit hard for me to take. My real question is, you talked about subsections in this. So would the buses be a subsection and be dealt with separately, or how would, I'm not really clear how that would work.
Through the chair to the directors, I was drawing a comparison to our planning service in the rural areas, whereby we have sub-functions that are intended to assign specific requisition to specific functions. So for example, within our planning service, we have a sub-function for bylaw enforcement. And so there's a specific distinct requisition for that function, rather than, you know, lumping in. And these are just some of the machinations that we go through in devising how we fund services in the rural areas without that ability to, you know, draw on that general revenue.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you know, I'm looking at our taxation right now, and you know, our taxes have gone up rudely over the last 4 or 5 years and continue to go up all the time. We're getting to the point where I think that taxation is probably going to be the biggest issue at the next election, and we just keep adding more and more and more all the time. And you know, when we have a function that people aren't using, it's hard for me to say, yeah, let's add more to it. So I'm struggling with that a little bit.
Okay, and we'll go to Director, actually, Director Carr has not spoken yet, so we'll go to him first.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe a different perspective from Comox. I see lots of people on the bus. I see lots of people waiting for the bus. And I think the bus is an essential service. Public transit is an essential service because many people need to get to work or school, and their only means is public transit. So yeah, just a different perspective from Comox. Thanks.
All right, thanks very much. And then we'll go to Director McCall.
Yeah, just kind of hearing how we're talking about adding active transportation to transit and how immediately the conversation has gone to transit funding. It really underscores what my concern is about moving active transportation planning. Is pretty much the only thing we've collectively agreed on to the transit service at this point. We have a way bigger picture issue to resolve as a board, and that's it, how and what we want to fund collectively when it comes to active transportation. And we haven't really come to that. Even in reading the report, I'm not completely clear if we would be looking at funding anything within municipal boundaries or just between. To me, there's 1, maybe 2 projects that I could see absolutely make sense to do regionally. I think maybe sticking with a case-by-case basis for those is the best path forward. The last time we discussed our regional transportation, the direction that the board provided was that the Comox Valley Regional Growth Strategy Technical Advisory Committee be utilized to coordinate and pursue regional sustainable transportation initiatives. And I think that that direction still is what I think is the best way to advance this topic. I don't want to bring in something that's as politically divisive as bike lanes into something that we seem to have a better consensus around, which is public transportation and busing specifically. So yeah, I have concerns about going down this route without really being clear on what it is, what we would like to include in the service in the first place, which is some of the challenges that were outlined in doing a separate service. But I think that's a very important piece, is to define what the scope and the focus is of what we want to fund regionally. And we haven't determined what that is yet. And I think that that needs to come before adding it to what we consider a transit service right now.
You're welcome to respond if you want.
Through the chair to the director. Thank you for those points. I think there's one of the things to focus on with this report is it's a sort of an administrative change in order to be able to take into consideration those things that you just mentioned. So the idea of prioritizing which routes would be considered regional, making those decisions collectively, establishing the more regional approach could be addressed. The sort of machinations of how to do that could be addressed in the future. At this time, we don't have a service that really we can approach active transportation under, or we don't have a dedicated service to that effect at this time.
Did you have an immediate follow-up, Director McCollum, and then we'll go to Director after that?
Sorry, I turned off my mic. Thanks for that answer. And I guess my follow-up would just be, how does this differ from the previous directive, which was to keep it in the RGS and to deal with it at that technical advisory level? Like what challenge or roadblock are we addressing by making this change right now?
Through Mr. Chair, if I might tackle that one, and certainly Monica, please help me when I need it. I would say that our biggest challenge is one that's faced across the province, and that's funding. We don't have a dedicated stream for funding these projects. We're entirely grant dependent, except when a board like you will put money into a service like the Regional Growth Strategy Service. So we could totally continue to do that. We could come forward and ask that money for construction and be levied through tax requisition in the RGS service, and we could sort of move the RGS service away from like policy and data into asset, like a capital. We could create a capital budget and collect reserves and so forth. I think part of our thinking was about the transparency around service purpose. I think that was a big influence in why we looked to transit. But we also recognize that there are a number of transportation initiatives and interests that this board has shared over the course of your term that aren't active transportation. So for example, the interest in ride sharing, you've talked about various micromobility, our current bike share pilot project. That's an initiative we're kind of running off the side of our desk, which is fine. But to have that coordinated service home, staff's suggestion to you is to consider the transit service as a transportation service that moves us from that era of just delivering public transit to grappling with the bigger connectivity issues and expectations that we're hearing from our public.
All right, thanks very much, Lana. And I'm not seeing any lights on or hands online, so we'll keep going in the room, and I'll go next to Director William.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to pour cold water on this because I think staff are responding to what they've heard from the board, which is serious concern about the lack of mode shift that we're seeing. And so I want to applaud staff for their efforts to come up with a solution. obviously we want to have lots of discussion about it and see if it's workable and if it's the best way to go. So I did want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, can we get clear? Are there more than one or two people riding the bus in Comox? Do we actually have any data on that? No, I'm serious. This is a statement that's been made in public at a public meeting. And I think for the record, we need to clarify, do we have any data on the number of people riding the bus in Comox?
Well, we definitely know there's more than one or two. We have ridership stats suggesting that we're, I think, nearing about 1 million rides a year throughout the region. We don't necessarily track, where people are from when they're riding the bus, but we do have some bus stop level data that we can pull on, and I can bring that back at a subsequent meeting to provide a more accurate ridership.
I think that would be really helpful. I'd also be interested to see if we can find a way to address what seems to be disparities in the rural areas. We've certainly heard lots at the table over the years about how adequate the service is in our rural areas. And if we're looking at a shared funding model to address mode shift, then I think we need to be aware of those inequities if they do exist and address them to the extent that we can. I don't know if you have any comment on that.
I might look to Lucy to nod at me here, but maybe that's something that we can speak to when we bring the financial plan for the transit service or transportation service, some analysis of the funding model and how we may want to approach that moving forward.
Thanks. My other question, if I still got time, Chair, in the report in the section that addresses intergovernmental factors, it talks about the degree of collaboration required with member municipalities and how staff would like direction, I assume, through this motion or the recommendation that's on the table prior to outreach with the municipal staff. And I'm just wondering if it's been considered doing that in the opposite direction. In fact, having that significant collaboration with the municipal staff as a prior step to potentially changing the service. Because although there's been limited time for us to discuss this with our staff at the city, we would certainly want to have them fully involved in conversation around what the impacts of this would be, both in terms of the ability to reach the targets as well as the work involved, and so that we could make sure that it's coordinated with city work plans and such. So I'm just wondering if there was consideration given to perhaps using the technical advisory table that Director McCollum referred to have more advanced discussion on this before looking to alter the service, or if it's simply a matter of you need the resources to do all these things. Thanks.
Through the chair to the directors, I think it's a bit of both, Director Hillian. I think we're certainly keen to talk to our municipal colleagues through that technical advisory committee. That is a staff level committee that functions very well. And we do come together on regional planning issues. And I think we're getting better and better at that all the time. We do need resources. And I think one thing that we do hear from our municipal colleagues is that their time is very limited, and the amount of time that they can put into regional planning efforts through that TAC is very limited. So right now, working with that TAC, we're primarily focused on infrastructure, looking at how we can meet the housing needs relative to our infrastructure. So that's where most of our effort has been. I'll also note that if you're wanting, and it sounds like we're not, maybe we've jumped the gun here. Maybe we've gotten excited and we thought maybe this was a good fit, and we thought we had it right, and maybe we don't, and that's okay. Of course, we'll go back and we'll work on this a little bit more. I would say though, if my friend Jake were here, he would note the date around that AAP, the alternate approval process, and timing relative to year end. That is a driver as well for front loading some of this piece. And then lastly, I would just say, we wanted to run it through you to get a sense, like, are we on the right track? before we spend a lot of time and resource potentially barking up a tree that is not of interest to you. So we can always go back and do this in a different way if that's what you'd like to see.
Great, thanks, Lena. And first time speaker will go to make sure I'm getting the right light. The Director Maureen.
Great, thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for putting this together. I guess hearing the comments and also having thoughts about it myself, it seems very logical to put transit and active transportation together, but there's actually quite a few differences in terms of, people with mobility issues are not generally utilizing active transportation as much in terms of cycling or walking or whatever, and rely on transit. And I think that it does kind of muddy the waters a little bit because of the political piece around people being anti something and anti something else, and may not see those things gelling together. I guess, I mean, one of the, on the options analysis, number 4 is creating a new service. And I know we always shy away from that conversation, but the step for that would be a feasibility study. And I guess I'm just wondering if we might be able to tease out some useful information, which might not lead us to a new service, but might lead us to some clarity around maybe even a different home or something like that, or something that we haven't thought of. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I don't know if there's any support for that, but I guess instead of maybe, all this hard work kind of, sort of saying no to it, I'm just trying to think of a way that we could keep exploring the idea, but maybe not making the commitment that's in the recommendation today. And I know that Director Grant does get razzed sometimes for those comments. I think maybe about the buses, I think it's that problem around, the more frequent buses get utilized more. And because I go to 2 appointments in Comox regularly, medical appointments, and I park right across. I don't take active transport, or I don't take the bus, but I park across from the bus stop, and that number 1, that frequent bus always has a lineup to get on it. So those folks are coming to Courtney, I think. So maybe that's why they're leaving Comox. They're leaving Comox, so you don't see them driving around Comox. But I think it would be helpful to get the details on that aspect, and then also the piece around the the equity piece around how much areas are paying and things like that. So that was sort of a lot of different comments. I don't know if there's any support for exploring that option number 4, but again, it doesn't commit us to a new service, but there is some money, there are some funds in the feasibility studies for that. Maybe that's something that could move us along somewhat. Thanks.
Well, we're still in receipt, but definitely that's interesting to hear that support for option number 4. And you were asking if there was money in the feasibility service, and I'm wondering if staff have any. Okay, thank you. There you go. So, all right. And Director Grant, you've already spoken, so I'll go to Director Hardy online next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks to staff for the report. I know there's a lot of hard work and effort being put into this, a lot of contemplation, and a lot of trying to herd the cats with regards to this particular conversation. I know from a rural perspective, again, I put it forward with regards to Area B makes a significant contribution to the transit service, and frequently, we kind of get left out in the dark with regards to any real meaningful service out to the area. So I heard a previous director make mention of the fact that maybe transit should be deemed an essential service, or is viewed as an essential service. Well, that essential service isn't going out into Area B, in my opinion. I guess I'm also just wondering with regards to a previous presentation that was put forward regarding transit, where I think over the next 2 years, if the bus location for the buses moves out to Cumberland, that we start looking at a significant cost of nearly double what we're paying right now, the CVRD. So I'm just kind of concerned again when we start looking at costs. If costs for transit are going to double, and then we're going to implement another service or incorporate some other items into a particular service, that again, those tax requisitions are just going to keep climbing and climbing and climbing. And I guess those were really my two comments. And I'll just leave it at that. Just concerned about the costs here and the amount of service that Area B gets at the end of the day. And I get from a City of Courtenay perspective or a Town of Comox perspective, you want more runs to accommodate the people in the municipal areas, but the service out in the rural areas isn't being really taken care of, in my opinion. So if you're going to charge more for Area B, then we definitely need to have more service than what we're getting right now. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Director Hardy. And I'll go now back to Director Grant.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to address some of Doug's comments, and I was being a bit facetious. I realize there's more than 2 people riding our buses, but I can also tell you that the bus that goes from Highland to Isfeld in the morning is all students going to school, and it's quite full. I will grant that, but that could easily be a school bus and should be, in my opinion. When you start looking at our downtown, our average age is 53 years old. Those people are born and bred in cars, and they do not just walk down and jump on buses. Our average age is actually getting older, not younger. So I realize that we're going to grow and there's going to be more people coming, and this might turn into a service that would work. But currently, it's just a really expensive service for our community. And I have asked to get those numbers that you've asked for. I've asked on many different occasions, and I'm always told we don't have any. So if you can get anything that would, I don't know if I may be dead wrong. I don't think I am, because I watch the buses and I don't see very many people on them ever. But I don't think we're too far off by saying that we're not getting good value for our service.
All right, thanks, Director
If I-
Grant.
if I could, Chair.
Yeah, Director Hardy, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. There was one more item that I wanted to put forward, or a question or comment, and that again was with regards to data for Area B and how many of our constituents in Area B are on those transit services. And if we could get that information, that would be helpful. Thanks.
All right, I think staff have heard that. We have no one else online, and we have Director McCollum.
Yeah, so maybe to bring the discussion back to what the matter at hand is, which is where our active transportation planning and potential build out should belong. And hearing the rationale from staff, I think there is a possibility that maybe it would work here. Although, I mean, the discussion tonight to me just underscores the risk that we're taking and moving something like active transportation into transit service, because both of these things are, there's a lot of competing interests between the rural and the municipal. There's something that's inherently different in that municipalities are already doing active transportation development, which is not possible in the rural areas. So, which is unlike transit in that there is only one bus service and we're all contributing to it. Whether or not it's equitable is there's some valid concerns from rural residents, and I see some potential problems in bringing these two things together, and that getting consensus on how we address funding, maintenance, asset management, many of the things that were listed in the report. We don't really know where we land on that, and I think we really need to be clear about that. before we start bringing it into a service that has existing funding, although, and I'm concerned that we could create, further division or challenges in our decision-making around transit. And we have some big decisions coming up in that regard as well, that was alluded to earlier, that, you know, we're gonna need more capacity in another, capital project if, the terminal is moved, and I think maybe that needs to sit on its own. I think that looking at a regional active transportation service has some validity. I think there's, it's worthwhile for us to have that discussion, and I don't want to say that this is like not something I want to invest time and effort into, but I have concerns about going this route, and how much time we've talked about busing tonight, when the decision point is whether or not we want to bring active transportation in. Just really kind of underscores what my concern was when I read this report, is that yeah, it's too hard of topics to have good consensus on, and bringing them together could make it even harder.
All right, thanks, Director McCollum, and Director Arbor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was fine with the report and proceeding on the basis of the staff recommendation, but it doesn't appear to be super supported for various reasons that are all legitimate. But I would want to clarify, and what prompted me to put my light on, there are active transportation projects happening in the rural areas, and we're about to build in Royston around the school, and got close to 12 kilometers of trails on Denman, and on Hornby about a similar amount. So I think we have found ways to build active transportation routes in the rural areas. And where we struggle is really in aligning ourselves with the Ministry of Transportation. That's the key challenge we have in the rural areas. And I don't think that with whether inside or regional service, that will necessarily change. But I think having that regional perspective, everything staff said, I think I agree with. And I did like it being with the bus, so that, you know, we look at transportation kind of holistically over the, you know, the next decades. But it's fine. I'm also fine with not proceeding on that path. And I mean, for me, the key project, and lastly, I would say you don't hear me complain too much, just once in a while, about buses, like I did at the last meeting, because I'm trying to make sure that my rural area keeps in terms of the growth of the system. And when there's easy, I think even Mayor Brown and Mike Zbarsky, you know, talking on the sidelines with them, it's fine. I think it was good that we don't put everything on the parkway, and we find a way through the growth to connect Royston a little more. So, but I think the last 5 years, I can't say that we're necessarily underserved. In Area A, we did start the Hornby, the Denman bus. We have the interregional. Like, there's a lot of good things happening. It's still not proportional, as Director Hardy and Edwin and Greaves said, but it's also reflects, you know, I also do believe that that number one corridor is important to invest in, so that that anchors the entire transit system. Yeah, so anyways, thank you to staff for the report, and I would have voted in favor, but we'll see if it even gets put on the table as a motion. Thanks.
Trevor, and we'll just for a final comment, we'll go to Director Kerr, and then we'll deal with receipt.
Director Arbor, don't worry, you're not alone. I'm also leaning towards being in favor of this. Just my reasons are, again, without a home, where do we discuss it? So it's not perfect here. It wouldn't really, active transportation really wouldn't be perfect anywhere. But I credit staff for like taking a chance with this and pushing the envelope and making us, you know, think about this a little bit. I do like thinking about public transit and active transportation together. And I think there's a value to, I know it's awkward and they don't match perfectly, but actually thinking about them together and separately and then together again actually helps think about all the different ways people get from A to B in our region. And I like doing that, alles zusammen, as you would say in German, all together. And I think I do favor having that discussion, and I would, if this does come to a vote, I would vote in favor. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Kerr. We have, I'll take maybe that first, what I believe is a follow-up on that by Director Arbery. I saw your hand come up while Director Kerr was speaking, then we'll go to Director Green.
Yeah, thanks. I guess the question to staff, just to my last question / comment is, you know, currently we've put our attention as a region to look at the Cumberland to Courtney connector, and we know it's going to be a hard lift to try to get that one off the ground. Mostly, I would imagine, because of the amount of dollars that's involved, and I guess we'll have to advocate to the next MLA heavily on this, or MLAs. And then sometimes there's questions as to whether it's a bit like the turf field, like, is it a priority for everyone, right? But at the same time, we did coalesce around that project and with intent to try to move it forward. So my question to staff is, does it make a big difference for that particular project, whether this service gets amended or whether we do it under the RGS or as we had kind of planned?
Through the chair to the director, you raise a really good example of the kind of challenges that staff are encountering as we try to advance active transportation infrastructure. This project, Cumberland to Courtney Connector, it's a really big project. It's got a huge budget that's essentially projected. And we know that this is a really important piece of the bigger build out of our active transportation network plan in the region. And having a service is going to be critical to moving this forward. We don't have a service where we can own any of our assets. We don't have a place for maintenance. We don't have anywhere where you can requisition any taxes to be able to fund any sort of shortfalls where grant funding is not able to provide for. We know that the funding that's available through the province is grossly inadequate, a maximum of 500,000. So any of the bigger pieces of AT that we want to do, we are going to be reliant on these really small amounts of funding, and we're going to be, either using 503 or 512 to requisition this, and it's going to be very much piecemeal. And so this is why staff really, took to heart the interests of the board, the strategic priorities that have been identified, and really tried to really come up with a good solution for where this could live. And I think that is our hope, is that the transit service could be amended to be a transportation service, where all of these initiatives that staff have been, essentially working on the side of their desk could live and have a home and have some resources and dedicated funding attached to be able to move those forward. So yes, I think that the Cumberland Courtney Connector project really highlights where those implementation challenges are being felt.
Thanks, Robin. And I'm now going to go to Director Brown, whose hand has been up and down a few times, but she's got something to say this time.
Yeah, so I'm struggling a bit with the conversation around transit, because the conversation we're supposed to be having is around active transportation, and I appreciate that the contentious nature of the transit service could likely collide with a contentious disagreement around active travel, which makes me think they probably belong together. I was happy to move this along as well. I think the vast majority of both the residents of the Comox Valley and the directors on this board are keen on active travel. We all know we have critical transport. We just had another death at the interchange. And the only way we're going to get people out of their cars and onto alternative forms of transit is to encourage that and increase the service, regardless of how many people are riding the bus or using the active transportation network. If it's not there at all, it's not possible for anyone to use it at all. So staff are bringing this to us it seems to me, because they are looking for a way to meet our strategic goals of active transportation. And maybe we need to have more conversation around how we do that collectively and what those priorities are. But given that we have made a priority of a major infrastructure route between active transportation route between Cumberland and Courtenay, we will need this to live in a service in order to make it move forward. So, and starting another new service doesn't seem terribly practical to me. And this seems to make a lot of sense. So I hear the conflict on the board, and I'm just hoping we can move past that and recognize that this is a needed thing and staff are providing us a solution to move forward.
Thank you, Director Brown. And we've got 3 more speakers, all of whom have spoken before, so we'll just take them in the order and we'll try to, again, be drawing this to a close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say that the residents in the rural areas want active transportation just as much as everybody else. But right now, it's not a matter of will, it's a matter of way. It's like rolling a rock uphill. When you consider the fact that this kind of discussion should be going on at the Ministry of Transport right now, because they are the big brick wall that we always hit in electoral areas when we want to do anything on the road right of ways. So you know, at the concept of lumping these together, I think is a good one. I think that as usual, our biggest power is a power of persuasion. We have to advocate to government. Maybe there'll be a different government. Maybe they'll have a little different slant. But I know that, as I said before, the active transportation has been on the strategic plan for like 12 years, and we haven't really gotten anywhere. So it's going to be difficult the trail will end when the city boundary stops. You know, that's just the way it's going to be for a long time, unless we get political will at senior government levels. That I think I will be voting for taking this forward, except for the fact of Area C and the service boundary extension, because I think that's disingenuous when we don't have a proper equitable model to pay for any of the transit. I think whoever dreamt the original one up, I don't think anybody can tell me how it got to be the way it is. But when we're paying, as I say, 38% of all the transit budget is being paid for by the electoral areas, and we're getting a fraction of the service, it's not right. We got to address that when we move forward. Thank you.
Director Grieve, Director McCollum, and then Director Morin.
Yeah, I know I've spoken a fair number of times, so I'll try and be brief. I guess my concern is that we haven't had a discussion around what the scope of this would be. I'm still not clear after reading the report if we would be just talking about the linkage along the provincial highway for this Cumberland connector, or if this service would exist beyond these rural or electoral area linkages. So I'm not completely opposed to proceeding with what is recommended by staff in some way, but I do think that, I mean, it was listed in the bullet of number 4 as a challenge, but to me, this would actually be the benefit. New service arrangement must consider service scope, area, lifespan, delivery, and finances. And like, those are big questions that we haven't explored. So I'm okay with this maybe being tacked on. Like, I do see the rationale. I completely understand why it's come forward in this way, but I think we're missing a piece of the discussion before I'm comfortable in adding this onto an existing service that is working in it for most of us and is already, we've had plenty of discussion on the imperfections of it. And, you know, anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right, thanks, Director McCollum. And our final speaker today will be Director Morin.
Great, thanks, Chair. Well, I've heard some pretty compelling arguments to go with the recommendation, including one of our staff who should become a politician. That was very passionate. But having said that, I think you know, I'm being cheeky, but I mean, it does really bring the point of why this came forward, and it's that we don't have a place for all these things, and we need a place. So, and I do agree with Director McCollum around, I really love all the language actually in that option 4. I would love to be able to take some of that and put it into, if we go with the recommendation, these questions that we have, because to me, there's just not a lot of information I mean, we would be voting for recommendation to develop a bylaw and put these two things together without having really a lot of detail of what that would look like. You know, does transit kind of get watered down in this whole, like, you know, do we have parameters for, you know, how much focus is on active transportation compared to transit? Do we, you know, I guess I just feel like there's some questions that are unanswered. Having said that, I think that the vibe in the room is to go with this. And I do really appreciate the challenges for staff, the way that it's the way that we're dealing with active transportation now, and that we're not able to really grow it in the way that we want, the way it is. So I don't know if staff's able to answer whether some of these considerations like service scope, the you know, the parameters of having those two things together, or if those questions are going to be answered as this process kind of unfolds.
Thanks. I haven't spoken yet. I've just made some notes, and I've got a couple of sort of comments or reflections. And I want to extend appreciation to staff for bringing this forward, because as some of the directors have said, this is in response to the board's interests and the strategic initiatives over several years. So appreciate the report coming forward. It is the recommendation from staff to embed this within the transit service and amend the purpose of the transit service. In doing so, that will seek to address many of the comments around service scope, area lifespan, delivery finances. Those are all details that could be defined through a feasibility study, but they also they need a place to be able to define them. So this report, I think, is evidence of a lot of that work that has been going on to try to identify what some of those opportunities are, what some of the limitations would be. And I think staff is suggesting that we need that vehicle to be able to further these explorations and definitions. And so I appreciate the report coming forward. I do appreciate the feedback and discussion. These are big decisions and big changes, and certainly the board needs to be comfortable to support whatever direction is that we're going in. And as noted, if it isn't this direction, that's okay too. We take your direction, and then there's plenty of other work to be focusing on in the regional district. So we can respond to whatever the board does determine. I heard interest about the statistics and bringing back statistics. I actually remember from, I think it was the last board meeting, and Mike was presenting on the transit improvement program, the TIPS program, and there wasn't explicit statistics in there, but there was commentary about ridership, and there was information in there. So I think we can do more to bring back some statistical information around transit. It's interesting that this discussion was really focused around the transit service and not so much about active transportation, but clearly there's a lot of interest around transit. Just the nature of transit itself, transit depends on frequency and dense areas. If we wanted to have the same level of frequency of buses and transit routes across the regional district, the costs would be enormous to try to have the same frequency downtown Courtenay as in Merville or as in Union Bay. So there's some real challenges with respect to financial challenges with respect to equity across the service area. I think that's something that we have explored and considered in the past, but it's an important piece to keep in mind. What else was there? I guess then lastly, the report does recommend this vehicle for defining that path. A question was whether there could be more collaboration with municipal staff prior to, or is it needing the path forward? And I think, Alana, you said it's a bit of both. Yes, we can do more collaboration. We can engage more. We can try to define some of these uncertainties that the board's identifying prior to, but we're doing that off the side of our desks. We don't have that vehicle right now. We wanted to think about function 780, the transit service, in part because we're mindful of your fiscal constraints, fiscal limitations. If we consider a brand new service, we're presenting then a brand new maximum requisition. We're trying to work within the means of what is presented here. The report notes that there's no increase to the maximum requisition, and there's no increase to the requisition at this time. By expanding the purpose of 780 and allowing us to have this conversation around regional transportation planning and mode shift and active transportation, we can then also identify other funding sources, other partnerships. That's a limitation we have right now because this is off the side of our desks again. It's also a place where we can engage with MODI, Ministry of Transportation. I know there's interest from the ministry on more valley-wide planning initiatives around Highway 19A, around some of these inter-community connections. And that is work that we could see falling under this kind of a service, this regional transportation approach. And then lastly, the consideration of spine projects, those active transportation projects like the Courtenay-Cumberland Connector. The report does describe that there would be infrastructure inside each jurisdiction, not just inside Area A or Area C as it goes between the municipalities, but actually inside the jurisdictions. Lots of detail to figure out in terms of maintenance, ownership, service level standards, lots of details there. With a service, with a home, we'd be able to have those conversations, really start to define those, whether they're through implementation agreements or some other arrangement where we're defining that role. I actually see those conversations taking some of the burden off municipalities, because there would be opportunity then for a more collaborative approach and finding some more effective opportunities to create some of these inter-community pathways. So I'm not sure where the board wants to go with the recommendation on here. You know, I do appreciate the timing that I think Lana mentioned around the financial plan considerations coming forward. And if there is to be an amendment to this service, there would have to be legislative process to follow. That said, if the board wants to take a different direction, we certainly will adapt to that and respect that.
All right. Did you want to follow up, Director Moore?
Just very quickly, I just wanted to say that I think it's important that we recognize that even if we go this route, it might make the most sense for sure. And I appreciate all the summary from James. But I also think that we shouldn't expect this to be as seamless just from this conversation today. I think there's lots of challenges that we're going to have a lot of discussions that are going to be challenging, I think, regardless. So I hope that we're all up for that. Thank you.
All right. So Director Hardy, will go to you online, and then there's one more mic in the room.
Thanks, Chair. And again, I appreciate the sensitivity on this conversation. It's been a very good debate, a fierce conversation, if you will. Again, no disrespect or trying to come across as being combative, but the comment from the CEO saying that if the transit service is going to be enhanced in rural areas, that's going to be a significant cost to provide that service to the rural areas if we're going to try and compare apples to apples here. And I guess that's the point that I was trying to make is, again, there's a significant cost being paid by the rural areas right now, and the service just isn't there. And what I see now is, you know, an increase towards a service that's going to have Area B paying even more. And I was kind of curious, Chair, with regards to page 8 of 14 of the report, the financial factors where they have Area B paying in 2024 $429,144, and then we have the Village of Cumberland paying $206,154. So again, just looking at the service that perhaps the Village of Cumberland gets in comparison to Area B, where we're paying twice as much as what Cumberland is right now, you know, what are the costs associated with us moving forward for Area B? And I'll just leave it at that right now. I just, my own opinion, I just can't support this recommendation at this time. And I still think there's needs to be a lot more things that need to be considered before moving forward on this recommendation. And again, just looking at the costs versus the activities for transit or active transit moving forward for RAB, there's a huge contribution that's being requested from RAB, but the tangible benefits to RAB, I just don't see at this time. So hopefully moving forward, there's the next phase of the planning session or whatever that there is something that shows some tangible benefits to RAB for being involved or adding this other service to this service. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Director Hardy, and we'll go to wrap this up, Director McCollum, and then we'll call receipt.
Yeah, just a quick question back to staff. If we proceed with what's recommended, is there an opportunity to maybe blend some of what would have been required in terms of a discussion had we directed staff to look at this as a establishment of a service, so that we could flesh out some of the details? Because to me, this just feels like we're skipping a step. And if we were looking at the establishment of a service, which is essentially what was outlined in the report in the comparatives, is that they did go that route. I think that would help us in how to proceed. And is there an opportunity when this comes back that we could do some of that process? And then my other question would be, can the work continue along with the grant applications and whatnot with the current work with the connector, if we don't move on this now and it takes a little bit more time?
Through Mr. Chair to the directors, I'm going to try that one, and I want to start with saying, yeah, we wanted to come to you with this to get a flavor, and you gave us that, which is really helpful. And this is really, it's going to help Mike and I when we're working on the transit budget as well. So thank you for all of this candid conversation. It's good, and we need to hear it. I think that, yeah, we could take a crack. How about this? We take a crack at devising what a scope could look like in the context of active transportation, kind of like what could be in and what could be out. And if you're good with that, I would, by extension, ask for your grace when we bring that back to you, in acknowledgement that it's not fully fleshed out with your staff, with the service participants. If you want this in a quick turnaround, we wouldn't be able to commit certainly your staff to engaging in that discussion with us. We will try, but it's not on their work plan right now. We could do a bit of a scope. And so we could talk about, what do the spines look like? Like, what is our idea of spine? What are we talking about? What is James talking about when he says, there could be a portion of a spine that's within a municipal boundary that could be covered by this service? We could flesh out, we could speak to what we're thinking about there. We could talk to you about some of our ideas about how to address some of the disparities in the rural areas. We talked a lot about, do we bring forward suggestions about, for example, on the islands and in the rural areas? Do we address some of the concerns that we've heard there? We could talk to you a little bit about costs that we think might arise at very high level. How we think that breakdown might look. So we could do that if you'd give us the grace to say that it's rough and it's our thoughts. And if you want to get going with something for this financial plan, then perhaps that is just what you would accept. Otherwise, the feasibility, as James has said, that would need to happen on a different track where you wouldn't see that work really happening or you wouldn't see the effects of that work in 2025. James, am I out to lunch on that, or anything you want to add?
No, not at all. I think that would be something that that definition of scope, if that provides comfort to the sub function, within an amended 780, if that provides comfort, then that's something that we can describe and we can flesh out a bit better. And I think we could do that in alignment with support for the staff recommendation in the report here. Of course, these bylaws would have to come back, or the bylaw excuse me, the amendment to 1225 would have to come back to a board meeting. We would aim to have that scope presented at the same time. And if there isn't comfort with proceeding, then the board does not need to give readings to that bylaw at that time. But in order to try to stay on our timeline and suggestion around an AAP to affect these changes, I would like to see those things be done in parallel.
Thanks, CAO. And I see a hand online. Director Arbor, why don't you close things up?
Thanks. After receipt, Chair, I'd be quite happy to move the recommendation because I did hear a few colleagues that seem to be in favor, and I would exclude the broader portion of Area C in that, as per Director Grieve, that's what he showed would get his support. So I think there's enough people that have been either in favor or on the fence that I would be prepared to move the motion. And I do this just for your humor, at a time where currently my daughter just got lost on the bus in the system. I think she just got off near Bob Wells' house, and I may have to step out of the meeting to go get her in a bit. But yeah, I'll be very happy to move the recommendation after receipt.
Thank you for that lighter moment, Director Arbor. All right, so we are on receipt. There are no hands, there are no lights. We're ready to receive. Okay, so anyone opposed to receipt? That carries. And anyone cares to make a motion?
I'll move the motion, but with a small amendment to exclude the already excluded portion of Area C, realizing that a lot of it is extremely rural and also unlikely to see active transportation investment.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Does anyone care to speak on the motion as moved? All right, and seeing no hands, all those in favor? And that is said, and any opposed? Director Grant and Director.
I'm opposed, Chair.
Okay, Director Hardy and Grant opposed. Okay, thanks very much. All right, the meeting's been going for about 2 hours at this point. I know there will be dinner break at some point, but maybe just a 5-minute comfort break. Certainly sounds good to me. So why don't we all take 5 minutes? Thanks. Okay, we'll get started in about a minute or so. So just a chance to get yourself organized. Everyone online is ready to get going. We're gonna a couple more small reports. We have the Regional Growth Strategy Housing Action Plan. So this I expect also to provoke a little bit of discussion. I'll pass this over to our CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Alana Mullally again will introduce this this report on the RGS Housing Action Plan draft. Alana.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Chair. To the directors, this Regional Growth Strategy Housing Action Plan is rooted in your interest to focus resources on implementation of our Regional Growth Strategy. The Housing Action Plan is intended to reflect the actions that the board and the member municipalities will undertake to achieve Goal 1 of the RGS, being ensure a diversity of affordable housing options for an evolving demographic. The action plan is intended to be pragmatic, essentially a guide to coordinate our efforts and our investment for maximum impact within your or our local government sphere of influence. It is a tool to demonstrate to senior government, our partners, and our public how we propose to set the conditions regionally to tackle the housing shortage and the mismatch between supply and need. It is also a tool to help us focus on the priority areas that that will assist us to address unmet housing need and focus on providing and or facilitating the right supply. The action plan has been prepared within the context of the board's interest in direct actions, which will be the top subject of the next report on your agenda, as well as a homelessness needs assessment and community plan, which you'll be seeing closer to the end of this year. Of course, the provincial statute amendments that occurred earlier this year, the updated housing needs reports, which you've now seen and approved, and a focused assessment of infrastructure and amenity needs within our communities. Today, you're receiving the draft action plan. And so without further ado, I would like to welcome back to your table, Courtney Lawrence of ISL Engineering and Cassandra Vink of Vink and Associates to present the plan, including our recommended priority actions. Over to Zoom.
Thanks, Alana. So I'm just going to share a presentation here, excuse me. And everyone can see that okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Perfect. So it's great to see you again tonight. My name is Courtney Lawrence. I'm with ISL and I'm part of the Vink consulting team. And we look forward to going over the draft action plan with you tonight. So the structure of today's presentation will be providing a bit of an overview of the draft plan itself, including the purpose, process, structure, and then we'll provide a summary of the draft actions that have been developed, and then lastly, an overview on the next steps. So for the next few slides, I'm going to briefly talk about the purpose of the Housing Action Plan again as a bit of a refresher, as it's been a few months since we last met with you, or first met with you, I guess it was, in May. So as Alana alluded to, the purpose of the Housing Action Plan is to prioritize actions that reflect regional and municipal commitments, establish a clear link to the housing wheelhouse as shown on the screen here, and identify timelines and priorities for completion. It's also intended to guide coordinated action to achieve the first goal statement of the regional growth strategy. And the HAP is focused on the long-term housing with supports and market rental housing with actions that complement and supplement the work underway through the homelessness needs assessment and community plan, as well as the direct actions initiatives, which you'll hear more about in the next item in your agenda. The HAP is also intended to be used by the electoral areas, municipalities, and key industry partners to advance housing priorities. So some of the key benefits related to applying a regional approach for a regional HAP are including recognizing, supplementing, and providing direction for ongoing work, providing a framework for strategic, coordinated, and consistent action, which helps to reduce the potential for duplication, providing support for the electoral areas and municipalities and the ability to pool resources to more effectively implement solutions, identifying tools for successful implementation, and increasing funding opportunities as funders may consider proposals when they are a priority for the whole region. So our specific work on the Housing Action Plan kicked off in the spring and involved reviewing current commitments underway and learning more about the region and anticipated housing needs. We met with members of the Technical Advisory Committee to learn more about what's underway in their respective communities and to provide an overview of the purpose of the Housing Action Plan. The framework for the Housing Action Plan and preliminary actions were developed based on those learnings and then presented to you in May for feedback and discussion. Feedback provided at that meeting, in addition to individual meetings with the Technical Advisory Committee members, as well as a follow-up meeting with both the Technical Advisory Committee and Steering Committee, informed the development of the current draft plan, which brings us to tonight. The draft plan was also informed by directions emerging from the direct actions work. So this slide shows the current structure or outline of the draft plan, as well as the key components that are included. The first section provides an overview of the regional context, as well as the roles and responsibilities of multiple parties involved. The second section focuses on the regional housing needs and highlights several actions that are already committed to or underway. The third section describes the two key priorities and recommended actions that could be considered to respond to housing needs. The actions have also been prioritized with anticipated timing for implementation over the next 5 years. And that prioritization has resulted in 12 key actions that are recommended for implementation over the next 1 to 2 years. The fourth section focuses on how the actions will move forward and how that implementation can be measured and monitored over the lifespan of the plan. And then the final summary the final section provides a summary on next steps. So over the next several slides, I'll provide an overview of the draft action plan itself and a summary of the current actions. So based on feedback from the discussion with yourselves in May, the actions have been reorganized to focus on two key priorities. The first being maintaining a shared regional response to address housing needs, and number two, increasing the supply of housing, especially affordable housing. Within each priority, actions have been organized by focus area. And overall, there are 24 actions that have been developed with an additional 3 actions that are specific to implementation, which refers to monitoring and evaluation. As mentioned, there are 12 actions that have been identified as a high priority for implementation over the next 1 to 2 years, and they are highlighted in the next couple of slides with an asterisk. So actions under priority 1, maintain a shared regional response to address housing needs, include creating an inventory of all housing partners in the CVRD, engaging with partners and developing educational tools, including a regional information hub to increase awareness and information sharing, preparing template housing agreements to reduce barriers associated with partnership projects, partnering to develop a plan that outlines specific funding commitments or requirements to address housing needs, and creating a unified voice to advocate for a funding program from senior levels of government. Actions under priority 2, increasing supply of housing, especially affordable housing, include establishing policy and regulation the more directly it meets identified housing needs. Continuing to streamline residential development review and approvals, and considering pre-approved building plans. Providing support for connecting underhoused and overhoused individuals. Partnering to complete technical analyses to understand geographic distribution of services and analyses to understand servicing capacity. Strategically planning and coordinating infrastructure, land uses, and financing to progress logical and feasible development. And additional actions under priority 2 include developing an inventory of suitable sites and preparing a non-market housing master plan, establishing new resources such as a committee and a dedicated staff resource to manage and implement the housing master plan, providing management support for local municipalities completing affordable and supportive housing projects, such as identifying suitable sites and partners and preparing funding applications, partnering on opportunities to acquire and prepare land for non-market housing and bring a site to a shovel-ready stage, developing non-market rental housing through an in-house entity, acquiring, managing, and stewarding land for non-market housing purposes, expanding existence to nonprofit housing partners such as capital funding, and establishing an incentive program for new rental housing and upkeep of existing rental housing. So in the last section, in evaluation monitoring, there are 3 additional actions, and they include partnering in research and data gathering to understand local housing needs, working with electoral areas and municipalities to develop a tracking system to monitor development of new housing and meeting those housing targets, and establishing clear targets for affordable housing units and timelines for each municipality and electoral area. And with that, I'd like to pass it back to Alana to speak to the next steps.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Through the chair to the directors. So staff recommends that you authorize us to use this draft plan to develop an implementation plan. So a plan to do a plan, but really the purpose is for us to report back to you to tell you how we propose to undertake these 12 actions, as well as 2 of the recommended monitoring or implementation, or pardon me, monitoring and evaluation actions. Today, we're seeking your approval to develop the implementation plan in partnership with our municipal colleagues via the RGS Technical Advisory Committee and Steering Committee, and to reach out to local nonprofit organizations who may share an interest in mutually reinforcing actions, as well as to senior government to the extent that some of these actions do require their input or partnership. We're committing to report back to you with the implementation plan, including the resource requirements through the upcoming financial planning process. And with that, we'd be happy to respond or discuss any of your questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Alana and Courtney and Cassandra. Surprised to see no lights on in the room. Are there any hands up online? Oh, I see Director Brown. Please go ahead. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't see it.
There go the lights. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for the report as well. I just noticed in your slides, you identified one of the key priorities, I believe, and I didn't write it down quickly enough, but it's something about connecting underhoused and overhoused. But I don't see that in the list of the 12 priority steps. And I feel like that's could be a potentially quick action and win. So just ensuring that it's in those 12 steps somewhere and I'm just missing it.
Through the chair, we have identified that currently as a medium priority, which would be undertaken in the next 2 to 3 years. But that's certainly something that staff could explore with partners to determine if that, like you said, could be a quick action and move forward more quickly as more of a priority action.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's someone out there doing that already, and if we could just sort of copy them, it might be an easy fix, but it could be more complicated than I think. So I'll leave it with staff.
Great, thanks, Director Brown, and we'll go to Director Grant.
Yeah, thank you. So just in reading this, I don't have a lot of problems with most of the 12 actions. The one I'm a little concerned about is number 11, where it's direct non-market housing through an in-house entity. What is an in-house entity? What are we speaking about there? Is that the corporation? Is that what you're talking about?
Through the chair to the directors. So, this work was happening alongside of work on the direct actions work that you directed us to undertake. So that is the very same thing. So we'll speak to that in the next report.
Okay.
Director Brown, did you put your hand back up or is it from before? Okay. I don't think we actually took a motion for receipt, so I'll ask for one right now. Okay, great. And let's see, Director Bree, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, a lot of this stuff is fairly straightforward if you're a municipality. But in electoral areas, we are not masters of our own house. At the electoral area lunch at UBCM, we had a presentation from DC Housing that went on at length for over 35 minutes before somebody finally got up and asked them, yeah, but what about the unincorporated areas? At which point the staffers looked at each other confused and said, well, it doesn't apply to you, but because you guys don't have services. Well, why the hell did we just sit through 35 minutes when you're unaware that this is an electoral area lunch and everybody here is an electoral area director? So, it's not the same. A lot of these things are a lot easier if you're a municipality. I know that we have a regional growth strategy that both helps and hinders. We have people a stone's throw away from the city boundary in the settlement expansion areas. One in particular has about, because of the 4 hectare minimum, he has about 7 hectares and can't subdivide it, even though there's a urban sized lot right next door to him. So, it's a little disingenuous, a little Pollyanna from my point of view, because I'm all for housing, but when we're our own worst enemy, putting our own stumbling stones in front of any development outside the municipalities. And if you look at the regional growth strategy, it says that expansion will be provided by annexation into municipalities. Well, we know that none of the municipalities are rushing forward to expand their boundaries anymore. So, my first take on this is it's applicable more so to municipalities. When you get into the rural areas, it's very difficult. Because of the RGS in some ways, there could be some relaxation on that. There was talk at one point about changing one of the words from shall to should, so it would allow a little bit of leeway in special instances where the flavor of the community would support it. But right now, we've got 2 major developments in the rural areas that don't look like they're going to go forward, because we're our own worst enemy. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Grieve. We'll go next to Director Arbor online.
Thanks. My daughter was found sound and safe. So that's good news. So I'm in favor of all the recommendations, including the next item, the non-market housing establishment. And I guess I share a lot of the well, I understand the concerns of Director Grieve, and it's always a fight for rural areas to try to attain that equity. But at the same time, I know projects can be done. I was on Hornby Friday, and we're building the 26 units at Beulah Creek. The road is getting put in, and the crew is there, and that's taken 12 years. We did it outside the regional service on our own. We had to use electoral area monies to seed our proposals to BC Housing. And currently, as of September, there's now a very live application to CMHC and FCM for a very exciting cooperative project on Denman, and we have the land for it. And again, we've done it outside the regional housing function because we're not included in that function. And I think it'll be, I think there is a need for that. We've seen the reports around the housing needs and projections. And there's different philosophies. I'm sure, you know, like Director Grant may not be as interested in local government being actively involved in owning housing, but a lot of elected officials in the Valley are. So, and I'm one of them for sure. I think we need to start securing some of those affordable places and building new ones as well. And then in terms of the rural areas, just for Director Grieve's comment, you know, I will, if that function comes and we start increasing, like there is room for a project in Union Bay and there is room for a project in Black Creek and maybe even Fanny Bay around senior housing. So it'll be up to us within the framework that gets created to advocate that not everything has to be in the municipalities. Yes, the bulk of it will be in the municipalities, but as we try to create complete communities, not just bedroom communities in our areas, I'm confident that we'll be able to advocate at some point in time to that function to actually, you know, seed some investments and attract some new affordable housing stock in the rural areas as well. So, yeah, I think it's my only concern with this report is, and I guess you've heard me before, but it's slow. Let's go. Let's get it done. Let's get this team in place. I think it was the #1 strategic priority for the board at our initial strategic planning session. And I'm hoping to see this up and running, you know, in 2025 so that we actually start to align our efforts better and actually get more things done. Thanks.
Okay, all right, I'll go back to Director Grant.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I think for me, I'm reading this and, you know, just in talking with my counselors, you created quite a buzz with them. And one of the things that I'm hearing quite regularly is that they don't want to be part of a corporation. That's not everybody, and it's kind of divided. And so it's a bit tough for me when I'm sitting here and reading this to try and figure out what route we should go. And I think that our CAO actually brought up, and I don't want to stop the conversation now because I think the next one that we do is going to be where the real conversation starts. But I'd really like to send this back to our budget process so we can actually see what the costs and implications are going to be alongside all the other things we passed, because that's generally when the rubber hits the road. And it also gives us a chance to take this back to our community and have our CAO and our staff and our council really have a good look at it and see if it's actually a direction. I mean, we're talking about a very fundamental change in how we operate the regional district. And I think it warrants that those people actually get to have a say on this. I don't know what they'll do or what they'll say, but I think it's probably prudent to do that. I don't want to do it right now, but I will do it when the next one comes up. And I'd like to send both reports if I could.
Okay, thanks very much, Director Grant. That conversation is coming up very soon. And Director McCollum.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to pick up on Director Grieve's comments just around, again, I think this topic is not all that different than the last one, that there is like some significant differences between how we address things in the rural areas and municipalities. And yeah, there is a potential that we'll be using more taxation in our region to fund housing. And it is there is a good potential that that housing might not land in Area C because of servicing or proximity to services. But that's not to say that residents of Area C wouldn't benefit from it. And I think that's a really important thing to remember when we're talking about these things, is that when we are investing resources and financing into ensuring that we have a reasonable distribution of affordable housing in our community that everyone benefits. It's a benefit to people that don't need it at all, because we live in a community where people can afford to live and people can afford to maybe eat out once in a while. And so while it is possible that your residents and others, not just Area C, but others in our community may contribute to this and may never know anyone that accesses it. We all benefit when we address affordability issues. So I think it's really important to keep that kind of regional perspective. Personally, it makes little difference to me if we build affordable housing in Comox or Courtenay or Cumberland. To me, if we get more affordable units in the Comox Valley, it's a win for everybody. And that's what I like about the approach of talking about this at the board rather than at the municipal level, is that if you're someone looking for housing in our community, you're not solely focused on Courtenay or looking at wherever you can find suitable housing. And it's probably not making a huge difference if it's Area B or Cumberland. It's where you can find housing. So just wanted to share that perspective, and I'm happy with the recommendation. I was going to suggest that we could add, because there's in one of the, and further that staff engaged with housing partners, we could add municipal councils as well, and the EASC, if just to pick up on Director Grant's comments that he'd like to refer it back to our council tables, that we could maybe just add the engaged piece. I don't know if that would suffice for you, or if you're more referring to the next report.
Sorry, I was actually referring to both reports, but that's a good idea. I just like to get a bigger flavor. This is a really big change. And, we have groups that really just don't feel that local government should be in the housing business. And that's not everybody on our council, but there's a few. It's been more than one. So I'd really like to get their flavor on both of these reports.
Okay, thanks. And those are some useful, it's a useful edit to the recommendation when we get to that point. We are still on receipt. And I'll go now to Director Hardy online.
Thanks, Chair. Again, really good report. Housing is very important for all of us, obviously. Reading through the report, one of the items or thoughts that was going through the back of my mind was, where does the town of Comox fit into this plan? Knowing that they're not in support of Service 451. I know that's the next agenda item that we're talking about. But again, I was just trying to wrap my head around where the town of Comox fits into this plan, if they're only involved in a certain part of the plan, and does that need to be thought out more in regards to the plan that's in place right now?
Through Mr. Chair to the directors, this piece of work is happening regionally, so certainly including Town of Comox as a service participant in the regional growth strategy. I think this plan is intended to help us implement goal 1 of the RGS, which is to sort of mirrors the priorities that you identified back in May, which is increased supply of housing, period, and focus on affordable housing in particular. So certainly on the infrastructure side, connecting the infrastructure side, what's happening with looking at small scale multi-unit housing, the actions that are being undertaken by the town of Comox in respect to housing accelerator funds, and hopefully soon to the city of Courtenay will have a successful bid under that funding stream. I think this really is a good one to think about regionally, because we depend on that regional infrastructure and regional finance.
If I could follow up, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. And I guess maybe I didn't make my point clear or not, but how I read the plan was that everybody's on the same page with regards to affordable housing, and we're all going to work together. And if I'm understanding correctly, like I said, in the next agenda item, we have, Service 451, which the town of Comox isn't involved in currently. So I kind of looking at, these are two pieces of a very important part of the puzzle here. So if the plan has it, I guess I'm looking at this plan is that the town of Comox is fully on board with this plan. And if that's the case, then that's great. But if they're not, do we need to amend the plan to go with what the town of Comox might or might not be doing in the future? Thanks.
I can try and respond to that, Director Hardy. So the way I look at this housing action plan, this is the big picture roadmap to housing affordability, to responding to the RGS goal 1, which is around housing. Reliance on the RGS Technical Advisory Committee and the Steering Committee, which town of Comox is fully participating in, is a real central point to making this roadmap, taking us along the roadmap. So, and this is a CVRD board responsibility. So we're looking to the board to provide that direction and give us the support for this roadmap. And then it would be relying on that technical advisory committee to carry these things forward. I think there's probably a lot of relevancy to your comments on the next item around the direct actions. And so certainly we'd look to the presentation for that to maybe help start the discussion. But I think on this one, the housing action plan is really that big picture, high level roadmap to support goal 1 of the regional growth strategy. If that helps to distinguish the two or give you some sense of the how this housing action plan fits into that bigger picture of housing policy, land use policy, servicing, et cetera.
Yeah, I get it's a high level plan, but like I said, is in the high level plan, the high level plan says all local municipalities are participating, and that might not be the case, or the town of Comox may choose to go in a different direction from the other municipalities. And like I said, should that be incorporated into this plan, or do we just kind of leave it as is?
Alana, do you want to? I see your lights on here, so.
Through the chair to the directors, I would suggest that we can present the how of how all of this happens through the implementation plan that's recommended to you. So in working with your municipal staff, looking here at our rural staff, the folks with whom I work about how we implement some of these actions in the rural areas, we'll come back to you in the form of the implementation plan to say, how do we propose that we how do we propose to undertake and resource each of these actions? And then that will give you that opportunity to assess what is going to meet your interests and needs, where you want to put that investment, and how we perhaps prioritize further or differently.
And if I can add just one point to that, it is that implementation plan would be developed with the Regional Growth Strategy Technical Advisory Committee. So there would be that opportunity for engagement at that point.
Thank you. Director Arbor hasn't spoken yet, I think, on this, so please go ahead and then we'll go to Director Grant.
I usurped it because I did speak already once.
You did already, actually. Go ahead.
I've got the mic though. So yeah, I mean, from 18 months ago, I just want to confirm that my assumption is that Comox won't be in. I think they've been pretty consistent over 15 years, and that doesn't change my resolve to be in. So my assumption, I'll be happy if Comox, and I would also highlight that Comox is part of one of the two services that's affected. So they're actually contributing in one. Same with Hornby and Denman, they're contributing into one, and I don't see myself adding them to a second because I think they'll continue to be ignored over there. But yeah, so I think that's a discussion that can happen at Comox Council. I've indicated in the past that I'd be interested regardless. We have the same situation last month, right? I voted to go to AEP with the fossil fuel field, even though Cumberland's not in it. So you always have these circumstances where a jurisdiction is lagging or not interested on the outskirts, and that shouldn't prevent regional action on the matter. Thanks.
All right, and I'll get to Director Grant to respond to some of these.
Yeah, well, I was going to speak to this in the next thing because I think it's more relevant there. But my question is on service 450 and 451, because we're going to be making substantial changes to them, are these going to have to go back to the municipalities to be ratified, or can that be done at this board?
So you're right, those are topics of discussion under the next report on direct action. In short, when you are amending a service bylaw, you have several options to do that. The board can initiate either by referendum or AAP. There is no municipal council endorsement needed for those particular processes. If the board opts to proceed with consent by the participants, then that is where council would be asked to provide consent to the amendment.
You have a follow-up, Director Grant? Okay.
So just trying to get my head around this. So you guys could force us into this and make us pay. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Chair, it's a CVRD board service that the board would be adopting a bylaw for, and it would define the participants and the maximum requisition and et cetera, et cetera. So it does come down to a board decision at the end of the day.
So we're in a service and you're going to fundamentally change it, and we're not going to get a say as to whether we want to be in it or not. Is that what I think that's what I'm hearing.
When we're talking about amending a service bylaw, as I mentioned, there are three fundamental ways to do that: assent vote, which is a referendum, through an AAP, or through the direct consent of the participants. And the legislation only requires, in the direct consent option, that the councils are being asked to provide their consent.
So it sounds like we can be put into this whether we want to or not, if that's the way the board chooses to go. And we don't have enough votes to say no to it. This is the problem with the governance model that we've had from day one.
I guess I would look at this from try to look at it from that regional perspective. And these are regional services, appreciating that participants are independent jurisdictions and they've got that independent ability. But these are some of these regional services that the board collectively over the years has determined as being of importance to the Comox Valley as a whole.
All right, so we are on receipt. I don't see any further lights, so we'll just dispense with receipt. Director Arbor, did you want to speak before the receipt vote?
I would just highlight for Director Grant that there's always the option of triggering a service review, as was done with tourism last term. So there's always options available, including nuclear ones or not. Nobody is forced into anything at any time. Thanks.
All right, and with that, anyone opposed to receipt? That carries, and there's a recommendation if anyone cares to move it. Okay, and that was moved. There was a suggestion earlier, I think, by Director McCollum of possibly adding some language into that. If you wanted to make a motion to amend that. We have Director Hillian up first, though. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to be clear that this recommendation authorizes staff to develop an implementation plan. I don't see anything in the recommendation about changing bylaws at this stage. Am I correct there?
You're correct. I think the next report was being blended into this one to some degree. So you're correct. This resolution is only about that implementation plan being developed.
Yes, and this implementation plan involves engaging everybody and their dog at the RGS TAC, and it says to ensure coordinated and mutually reinforcing actions, and then it talks about reporting back. So I mean, I think there's lots of opportunity here for dialogue, and for if one area or municipality or another doesn't like it, to talk about that at this the TAC, and then, you know, when the implementation plan comes back to us, to consider things further. And my hope would be that through the process, that everybody would agree that that there's some really good actions that are going to help us to move forward with addressing the housing needs that we know are not being met by either the private market or by the stellar efforts of the small organizations that are active in housing. And I always go back to the fact that when I moved to the Comox Valley, I lived in Area C. I worked in the city of Courtenay. I played soccer in Cumberland, and I used the rec center in Comox. And I know people who live in all sorts of communities, whose kids live in other communities, and whose elderly parents live in a third community. So it's the point that Director McCollum made earlier on, that we all benefit from increasing the housing stock in this valley, including for the people who work in the services that we all make use of. So I hope that there's enough mutually reinforcing benefit that is established through this dialogue that that everybody sees the value. I think the next item of the Housing Corporation is a different kettle of fish, and does require a fair bit more engagement with staff and councils at the local level. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Hillian. Now, hand it back to Director Grant. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so the only two things that I see that I think our council would like to have their say on would be the Housing Corp and whether or not we should be in or out of services. And so that's why I wanted to send this back to budget. I also want to be able to see just what else we have in the budget plan. I mean, I can think in the top of my head, and these things always seem really rosy when they come up, and then you look at them at budget and go, oh, whoops. So that's the other reason why I think it should go back to budget. But I think that our council, the way this is written, would want to at least have a look at it and see what they think of all this before I'm comfortable with making that. So I heard Director McCollum saying she was going to make a motion, and then I'm not sure where it says we're not going to. So I'm not sure where it says that it's already going back. So I didn't see that in here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there is direct language about engaging with member municipalities and their technical advisory committees. I don't know if we need another, if Director Grant wants to add something specific about sending it back to councils, I'll leave it to him, because I mean, there is 2 levels of engagement, and at the staff to staff level, it says member municipalities twice in the second paragraph. So I think it is actually covered, and if there's a desire for further political engagement, I'll leave it to Director Grant to do the amendment.
Well, I'd like to do the amendment after the next one we do, but I'd like to send both back so they can look at the entire thing. And I'd like that to happen before we get this into action, so that we have a clear understanding of what we're actually talking about and what our council's feelings are on it. So I'm not sure whether that means that I should make a motion on this one, or if I can wait and do it at the next one. And send both? Can I do that? That's my question.
To make an amendment, you're wondering if you can make an amendment on the next resolution
That would include
which would have impact on this recommendation? It feels like a Jake question, but he's not here. It's not gonna have to impersonate Jake.
I'm comfortable to do it at the next one. That was the plan all along, but
I think if there's interest in referring this staff report and this recommendation to councils and taking that action at this point, then that should be what is put forward. I would say that the intent of going through the RGS TAC and working with the municipalities is to flesh out the implementation plan, to understand more about the coordinated, mutually reinforcing actions. And that would be the efforts we would undertake through TAC. So this report and the whole body of it would be shared through that TAC process. So yeah, if you want to refer this to council at this time, that would be up to the board, I guess. I think it would probably the conversation may be more beneficial by working through that TAC process. It might be a more fulsome discussion.
Yeah, so the TAC process obviously is stated specifically in there, and I see your hand, Director Arbor. I'll just be 1 second. And any additional languages obviously can be put forward by any member. Director Arbor, do you want to speak? And then after that, Director Hillian.
Yeah, thanks. I think I may have a solution to this. So for Director Grant, I think we're focusing on the wrong paragraph. I think the TAC is definitely a staffed attack and with the consultants, but I think the third paragraph offers that opportunity, and I would be prepared to move our second and further that staff engage housing partners from the local nonprofit sector, senior government, and the councils of the Comox Valley in the development of the implementation plan as to leverage any mutually reinforcing actions. And I think that would allow staff at the appropriate time, either before the TAC or after the TAC, if we get more information from that, to make sure there is that touch base at the councils.
Is this amendment being put forward? Does anyone care to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, that's been seconded. All right, and I'll go Director Hillian will speak. Director Morin.
Sorry. Yeah, I can speak to the amendment. I guess I'm not clear. That to me, that the amendment makes it sound that like each municipal council is going to be involved in creating the implementation plan. And I don't think that that's the intent of this at all. I think that all of our staff, you know, they receive direction from us, and part of direction is them relaying these conversations and making sure that it aligns with you know, they're the conduit for the councils as well. So to me, it's involving councils in a process that is not intended. Yeah, I mean, I just personally like it better because it does say engage the municipalities via the TAC. So councils will be engaged, but I don't think that having the amendment, which actually provides for councils to be directly involved in the implementation plan, to me, that's an operational issue that we don't need to get involved in.
Well, I think the entire recommendation does involve the implementation plan. So I guess the consultation on that would be in keeping, I guess, with the spirit of the wording of the recommendation. All right, so Director Grant, and then we'll perhaps bring it to a vote on the amendment.
So I think that what the guys on my council or the people on my council have thought is that this could get expensive, and it could get really expensive. And if it does, then we're going to be stuck in a service that we can't get out of. These tax dollars are not going to fall on the 4 million British Columbian citizens. They're going to fall right directly on our taxpayers, and we really don't have very many. So I think that's fundamentally what they're trying to, what they would want to know, and how that's going to work and where this is going to go. And so I think it's important that they get a say, and I'll leave it at that, but that's my thoughts.
All right, thanks. It's been a full discussion. So we have the amendment, Director Arbor's amendment. So we'll vote first on that. All in favor of the amendment? Let's see, Hillian, Grieve, Grant, Arbor. Director Hardy, I couldn't see if your hand was.
Yeah, I'm still reading it, Chair.
Okay, of course.
Yeah, I'm good with that right now.
Okay, so in favor? All right. Okay, and those opposed? Kerr, McCollum, Morin, and Brown. And so that the amendment passes. All right, the emotion, we're gonna eat after this. The motion as amended. So did you want to speak on that, Director Morin?
Well,
I guess I want clarification on what does that actually mean in practice? Because to me, that sounds like every council is going to be involved in this implementation plan directly, as though they're sitting down with the TAC doing the job of the TAC. So if I'm wrong about that, I'd like to know, like, what does that amendment mean in practice? Because to me, it's saying that councils will have direct involvement.
I'm going to jump in here, but Atlanta, please.
I know, but we haven't voted on the.
Exactly.
You maybe have fleshed out the implementation plan development a little bit more so, but my impression would be that the member municipalities through the TAC and the steering committee will be developing the implementation plan, the first drafts of it, the material content of it, and then we would be engaging with housing partners, senior government and the councils to present that. And I don't imagine we would be into a nuts and bolts session to redraft at that point, but it would be an initial draft. But correct me if I'm wrong, if I've jumped in there. It's just an idea.
Through the chair to the directors, you know, I was envisioning sort of a workshop with the TAG. And that can happen, and I can pivot, I can do whatever. What I would suggest, perhaps, maybe it's too late, I've missed the boat here, but if there's a specific recommended action that you don't like, perhaps that is what is struck. So the recommendation of staff here is that we delve in with the TAC and steering committee, so your planners, engineering staff, and your CAOs, that we delve in with them, and your finance staff, sorry, on the 12th. But if you only like 11 or 10 or 9, and that's the direction that you want to give, then perhaps that's the venue. Conversely, if the interest is in fact that this is workshopped in its entirety with each council, I can put together a plan for that. That will delay this, you know, and that's okay. I think also, depending how you, what the discussion looks like on the next item and how you vote and how you direct us on the next item, some of it may become moot because we will hear from you what your expectations are. It was important to us, however, to link the two projects in some way, so they're not competing, they're not at odds. And, you know, it's really about coordinating these actions and focusing resources to get you where you want to be. So we can pivot, or you can, you know, be specific about the actions that you'd really like us to dig into at the staff level.
Director Moore, did you want to follow up on that? Okay, Director Grant, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what my council would like actually is just to get a clear and concise understanding of what it is we're actually getting into here. And I think there's the potential for a lot of dollars to be spent, so they're a little bit nervous about that. And I think that they just want to get a better understanding of what we're doing. So I don't think that it's going to be something where, you know, they're going to start making decisions and blah, 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 but I'd like them to really have a better understanding.
All right, thank you, Director Hillian, and then we'll go to the 2 questions online.
Thanks, Chair. I think it makes sense that staff simply make a presentation to each of the 3 councils, whose staff will have been involved in the discussions at the TAC as to what this is all about. And that will augment whatever reports the members of council or the members of the regional board who represent those councils provide back to their colleagues. I know in the case of Comox, they might get 2 conflicting reports about what this means and what the significance of it is. But I think the most significant information that probably Comox Council and others may want to know is what's in the final staff report, which is part of the financial planning process, because presumably that's where you know what sort of cost is involved will come out. But I'm guessing at some point there'll be a good idea of what that is and what the possibilities are. And it would strike me that rather than staff having to organize a large workshop, that it's a simple matter of a presentation to the council to give them an opportunity to ask questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Hillian, and I believe it's Director Hardy first, and then Director Brown after that. Director Hardy.
Thanks, Chair. And just thinking about Director Warren's comments earlier with regards to the town of Comox and Director Grant wanting to go back to the Comox Town Council and have a discussion, a more fulsome discussion about this particular item. And just looking at the CBRD board table, the city of Courtenay holds quorum right now with 4 out of 7 councillors attending the board. So in fairness, I would think that, you know, if the city of Courtenay, if the majority of the city of Courtenay council is sitting at the table, they are putting forward comments and recommendations on behalf of the city of Courtenay, whereas the town of Comox only has 2 representatives out of 5 or 7. And, you know, I think that needs to be considered in regards to the request that was put forward by Director Grant, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Hardy. Director Brown, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the comments and I appreciate the desire of Director Grant to get his council involved, but I'm struggling a little bit with like, as I understand this role, and he's obviously been here a lot longer than I have, so correct me if I'm wrong. Our opportunity to consult with our councils around CVRD board matters coming to the board is prior to the board meeting. So I sent this report out to my council a couple days ago and asked them what they thought, because it's a public agenda. And they told me, and now I'm here prepared to vote. So I don't have an argument, but like, I'm not opposed to staff going and doing a presentation to council, but I think that's an extra layer of work, which is actually our job as directors on the regional district. And please, someone tell me if that's not correct. As is the structure of the regional district, we don't have an opportunity right now to say, okay, let's redistribute votes, because it doesn't seem fair, because Courtenay has a majority. Courtenay always has a majority of directors. They're the larger municipality. Like, I'm not sure. I think we want to restructure regional government, which is probably a really good conversation, but maybe not on topic.
All right, thank you. And I should clarify that we don't have a majority. 4 out of 10 is not a majority, but
No,
the majority,
more representation.
That's fair to say. All right, thank
If
you.
I could have a follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead, Director Hardy.
Thanks. And in all fairness to Director Brown's comment there with regards to reaching out to her council over the weekend, to be fair, you get this itinerary or this agenda for the CVRD meeting on Tuesday on a Friday afternoon. So for the town of Comox or anybody else to go back and say, well, you know, you got the weekend to read over this report plus the other 10 or 15 300-page reports. And oh, by the way, reach out to your council and get feedback on it prior to a meeting, you know, 3 or 4 days after getting the agenda, I don't think is really fair. So I just thought I would point that out as well. Thanks.
That's a good point, and certainly the turnaround time between agendas being issued and meetings is a separate topic, but one that could be discussed at some point. At this point, there are no more lights, so we have the resolution as amended, which is up on the screen. All those in favor? And any opposed? I don't see any opposed. So that carries, and we will now take let's try to make it quick, 20-minute break for supper. So we'll see you just before 7. Thank you.
Hi, the council meeting, also they did the first half of the housing report, then they just took a break now to do a 20-minute dinner break. Oh my God. So I'm just.
Sorry, Tim, I think you're not muted
on.
right now.
Sorry, who was that speaking?
Oh, hi, Tim. I think this is James in the boardroom, and I think that maybe you weren't muted in something in your office there.
Oh, okay, I thought I was on mute. Okay.
Oh, we got part of your conversation. We're going to be on break here for probably 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll get back together. Thanks to you and Sue and Cassandra and others for staying online.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
So I think we'll get going in about 2 minutes. Just give everyone a bit of a warning. All right, so welcome back to the meeting. We're going to be diving into the let me put my glasses on, non-market housing direct action approaches study. And I'll take a motion for receipt, please. Okay, thanks very much. And I'll pass that over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I will introduce, we have a couple consultants online to help with this presentation, and we'll be taking the PowerPoint forward. So we have Sue Ritchie Raymond, Tim Welch, and Cassandra Vink, who have all been supporting this work, and you've met previously. I'm not sure if it'll be Sue or Cassandra that will start off with the presentation, but before we get to that, I just do want to recognize Jake Martins, who's on vacation this evening, but he certainly put in a lot of work to this report, as well as other members of your executive team in preparing this. And again, this is a report that comes from your strategic initiatives, your strategic planning. It is looking at a variety of options, as Sue and Cassandra will get into, and it has a fairly specific direction or recommendation being proposed. So I won't take any more time. I think, Sue, I see your mic's on, so I think I'll turn over to you, and we do have a PowerPoint that will go along with this. And then following the presentation, certainly available for questions.
Thank you very much. And I'll just share my screen here. Can you see that?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm looking forward to updating you on the work that has been completed with respect to the direct actions review. My name is Sue Ritchie Raymond with Tim Welch Consulting, and my colleague Tim Welch is on the call, as well as Cassandra Vink, who we've partnered with on this initiative. So with respect to the presentation, the objective for today is to review the direct action process and findings, and to look at the options and a recommendation, as well as review the implementation considerations that we are recommending. In terms of background, the purpose of the work is to assess the feasibility of direct action strategies for delivering new non-market housing, and to outline how the strategies could be structured and implemented, including identifying opportunities, implications, and risks, as well as develop a recommended approach with detailed information on the business and service model. The process that had been undertaken, as has been mentioned previously, the engagement and planning work started back in the spring, which included a workshop with the board and an assessment of housing needs, looking at housing organizations, opportunities, risks, and requirements, and then the compilation of a final report. The engagement included some interested and affected parties locally within the district, as well as parties involved in actions of a similar nature in other communities. It also included discussions with key funding partners and municipalities. So with respect to the findings, I'll just provide a quick overview of these items regarding the capacity barriers and gaps. Capacity and expertise. There are organizations that are certainly committed to supporting development and management of non-market housing. They have varying levels of capacity to develop the housing or a level of support to achieve the results and meet the timelines. Professional resources have been contracted by some through development consultants where they're doing larger developments, but others could certainly benefit from some guidance and capacity building or project management support. With respect to development processes, the planning and building approvals, nonprofits identified for us delays due to lengthy planning processes, and there weren't any concerns identified regarding the building and for design and construction. From a funding and financing perspective, of course, securing funding and financing is complex, and there's limited resources available at organizations as well as within the community. The need to leverage all levels of government contributions is critical in order for projects to be viable. And we've provided some general information here on what the costs look like in a development and the need to have all levels of government involved. The report, it has significant detail in the appendices about varying types of models, what that looks like, and how that impacts projects overall. Most of the nonprofits have limited equity to contribute in order to secure funding at senior levels of government. For projects like with CMHC, there does need to be equity contributions in order to have that cost sharing. And it was certainly noted that the existing support through the homelessness service supports, the HSS, and the emergency shelter supports are helpful but not sufficient. So 450 and 451, the individuals that we engaged with certainly felt they were helpful, but there wasn't significant enough funding to be able to support some of the key needs in the community. With respect to land, the nonprofits face difficulties in identifying and securing land. Costs to purchase the land can be prohibitive to feasibility, and there's limited land available through CVRD and many of the local municipalities. Some local municipalities have expressed an interest in land acquisition strategy, and staff indicate that they do not have the expertise specifically in that area to manage that. And with respect to operational management of housing, which includes rent up, property management, long-term operations, et cetera, and support services, there are nonprofits in the district that do have capacity to operate the units, but don't necessarily have all the funding needed in order to do that. And that would be very challenging for them to do with the resources they have today. So with respect to community needs, overall, we identified 3 key pillars of need in the district. The first one is build, the acute need for more new non-market housing, and identified as well through the Housing Action Plan. Support the supports needed for organizations to access funding, in particular federal funding, and to develop housing and other initiatives. And land, the difficulty identifying and acquiring land. For the recommended options, and the approach that we took, for the recommended options, there are key components in each of the options we've presented. They all address the 3 pillars in each option. Looking at under build, the recommendation for the creation of a CVRD housing corporation. Under financial and capacity building supports, recommending a range of supports, options, and investments to help maintain the existing financial support to address homelessness and non-market housing development. And for land, recommending the creation of a non-market housing master plan that looks at leveraging opportunities for land and looking at providing some capital funding that can be invested in projects. With each of the recommended options, they were informed by a focus on governance and risk management, leveraging and enhancing the current services that you already have, and enhancing what's working well, which includes the contributions from the not-for-profit sector. We've recommended a stage integrated approach so there can be current activities that would evolve over the next 3 years. And the 3 options presented are the foundational option, enhanced, and comprehensive option. With respect to those three options, each option has key actions to expedite the creation of non-market housing. And option 2 and 3 provide additional options for increasing the level of investment. So each of the options supports the creation of a CVRD housing corporation, as I mentioned, maintaining existing financial supports to address homelessness and supporting non-market housing development and the creation of a non-market housing plan, with the enhanced option adding some additional funding for capacity supports to not-for-profits and increasing the capital funding contributions that could support pre-development activities for non-market housing development. And then the variation for the comprehensive option is just a heightened level of investment contributions in those key areas. With respect to our recommendation, we're recommending that the CVRD adopt the enhanced option, with the flexibility, of course, to transition to the comprehensive approach as capacity and funding allow. That would include the creation of a housing corporation, maintaining the existing financial supports to address homelessness and support for non-market housing, through both the programs ESS and HSS, so the 450, 451. And then the creation of a non-market housing master plan, and then an enhancement to the financial capacity and supports for nonprofits. So this is activities that help to build their capacity to support individuals in the community, and increasing some capital funding for the non-market development. And you'll see identified here as well in the summary report what the investments would look like in the next 3 years of budget, which would be considered each year in the budget process, of course. The enhanced option identifies an increase in 2025 of 780,000 over what is currently contributed under the 450 and 451 programs. And several of those items, including the housing master plan, are one-time activities in 2025 that would have a final master plan on land opportunities that would be available throughout the district, including through not-for-profit organizations, charities, and local municipalities. With respect to implementation, considerations that we're recommending be looked at are, with respect to governance, our suggestion is that the board look at having the existing CVRD board act as governance to guide the actions and implementation activities related to the plan of whatever the approved option is. So the board would be monitoring that with staff input into what the plan looks like, and that the CVRD board would be responsible for the governance of the board in addition to governance of the corporation, influenced by the final structure decision for the corporation board, which would come through the process of formulating the corporation and seeking registration. With respect to staff, we're recommending that staff be look at reviewing the actions with the enhanced option and looking to inform support for the proposed actions that include both alignment of the budget to support the recommendations, including consideration of policies that would support building the reserves to facilitate contributions to capital projects, all that would need the approval of the board, and alignment of the activities of the Direct Action Report with decisions regarding the Housing Action Plan and then the pending Homelessness Services Review. In addition to that, the creation of the Housing Corporation, our suggestion is staff would provide recommendations to the board regarding the organizational structure to support the implementation. Probably easiest to look at contracting services to ensure you have the right skills to do that and the experiences available to lay out that plan, the recommendations on what that could look like, as well as contracting services that would include legal support to provide advice and guidance for the creation of the governance model for the board, which includes approaches to membership. So different organizations have established either the board becomes the board of the corporation as a whole, or there can be X number of members that would be identified to sit on the board. There's other varying options on what that looks like. Our suggestion is that the board would be in control of the Housing Corporation Board. And then staff would also inform the development of a work plan to support the creation of the corporation for implementation in 2025 and the development of strategic priorities and what that could look like. Further to that, with respect to maintaining existing supports, and some of this was discussed in the previous presentation, looking to staff to make recommendations to the board regarding support needs to maintain the existing financial supports and to review the funding criteria. So how 450 and 451 are set up today with respect to criteria and what that looks like to expand it to include the non-market housing options. Implementation as well about the capacity building initiatives for not-for-profit organizations that are noted in the report in Appendix B, which looks at things like offering support to run workshops from organizations like the BC Nonprofit Housing Organization that helps to build their capacity to support development, and also looking at the business processes for managing any increase in the rent supplement funding. So are there any special targets? How would that be managed? What would that look like? With respect to land acquisition and development, staff would provide recommendations to the board for an approach to contracting services to support the development of the non-market housing master plan, including the engagement of community and local municipalities to identify those land opportunities. And in addition to that, looking at the best way to maintain the existing funding for the acquisition of land through the ESS program, and staff to make recommendations for expansion to meet the non-market housing needs, including additional support for redevelopment and development activities. And that would be the end of the presentation. Thank you. I'm going to try and stop. Sorry.
All right, thanks so much. Just seeing, why don't we kick things off? Director Arbor, you go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Really great. And it's funny because 2-3 years ago I thought it'd be around 2 million to be able to continue to support the nonprofits that we've been working with through these functions, but also to build some internal capacity to start chasing opportunities, which I think over time would I don't think we'll ever meet the housing need and the affordability crisis through this. The gap is so big in the Comox Valley and in BC in general. But rather than being a little bit on the periphery of the need, I think this will start, we'll have a vehicle that allows us to start making a real difference for people. And so I'm really excited about it. Yeah, so I'm definitely good to go on this. Thank you. And I consulted with the director from Area A and also had a pre-meeting with the director from Area A prior to this meeting. Thanks.
Thanks, Daniel. We'll go to Director Kerr.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm also very excited about this. As was said by Director Arbor earlier, this is the #1 priority of the board and coming out of our strategic planning session at the start of this term. And, the gap is clear. The report says the gap right now is 2,600 non-market or below market units. And that goes up to 4,000 units by 2041. We can't start this soon enough. It's also felt, even though I know it's fast for staff going through this process, it's felt from my end of the table that it's been slower than I would have wanted. And we often blame other levels of government for dragging their heels and being slow on things. So this is a chance tonight for us to move this forward and not drag our heels and keep the momentum going. We need a vehicle to do affordable housing well in the Valley. And this housing authority or something there like is really important. And it would open up a whole world of possibilities. Having some structure in an organization, a third party kind of separate entity, would open up opportunities for government funding from feds, province, BC Housing. And I also want to just say, because I know one of the arguments against this is it's going to cost the taxpayers too much. But this is really, there's many different, options that other communities are using. Just this week, Hamilton, Ontario announced a $5 million community bond that closed, and all of that money is going towards affordable housing. Barrie, Ontario just raised 10 million, and all that is going to build an affordable housing project. And Director McCollum sitting to my right here, she reminded me that MFA might even have better rates, interest rates for us to do some really valuable work, and therefore not burden our taxpayers directly for this. So, as I look at this, I like all three options. I love the comprehensive option, although I know that might be at one step too far for many around the table. So I'm very happy to support the recommendation from staff and the consultants to do the enhanced option. And lastly, I just want to maybe just say that I want to say that on this board, when I walk into this room, I am a regional director. I'm not stumping for my town. I'm not having a specific interest in what's happening across the river. My regional approach and regional thinking means that I'm representing Courtenay residents in this room, Hornby Island residents, Area C residents, and Comox residents all at the same time. And we have a desperate housing shortage. Lots of communities are doing something about this. This is our chance tonight to move to the next level and creating a housing authority. So will be supporting the enhanced or higher options. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Carr. I'm seeing Director Brown online, and Director Arbor, is your hand up again, or is it just not down? Okay, great. Director Brown, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the previous comments as well by Director Kerr. I also see this as like the biggest priority for the Valley as a whole. We are in desperate need of affordable housing, and I know that in the village of Cumberland, we're quite frustrated with the lack of support and in higher levels of government at this point. And also, we're a small municipality trying to do this off the side of our desks. And I think a regional housing service would be a great help to all of the areas of the Comox Valley to just kind of kickstart some action here and provide some capacity in the system to get some more affordable housing going. So I am fully supportive.
Thank you, Director Brown. We're going to come to some mics in the room. We'll go to Director McCollum first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report and the presentation that summarized a lot of what we have in front of us. I am also very much in support of moving forward on this. I think there is some great opportunities to really leverage what we can do as a community in terms of non-market housing if we go the route of supporting a housing corporation. And I'm really happy to see this in front of us as something that we can start initiating in the next budget process. I am cognizant that we have been investing a fair amount of money into housing in our last budget cycle. We really increased that. 1.1 million is not a small amount of money, and it was quite a jump from what we had been doing previously. It also gives us a great opportunity to be able to move on land acquisition or advancing capital project when that opportunity happens. And I think the amount that we increased it to last year of 700,000 was a good move. It was a bold move. I don't know that at this point in the process, I think we need to go beyond that in order to be able to realize what we want to achieve with the housing corporation. It's just it will be in its infancy in 2025, and I'm pretty comfortable putting the same amount of money toward those two other existing functions while we start to initiate the other piece. So Yeah, so I'm really pleased to see this, and I think the foundation option is actually pretty reasonable given where we're at and the options that we have in front of us.
Okay, thanks. And we'll go to Director Grant.
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned about the corporation piece. I get the need. I understand where we are, but I don't know that we need to be a corporation. I don't know that local government needs to be owning housing and doing all of that. I think there's other groups out there that can do it. I know we've done that with some in Comox and it's worked out quite well. The dollars, I kind of agree with you. I'm struggling with burdening our taxpayers with more dollars. It bothers me some that to me, this is purely a provincial issue and they just dumped it on us is really what's happening. When you think you got 4 million people roughly in BC and we have about 3,500 homeowners here and we're taking the burden on, that seems wrong to me. So again, this is another one of those issues that I'd really like to take this back to our council as we did on the last one and let them really have an understanding of what we're doing here. Our taxes this year are starting. We haven't done anything yet. We're at 7.2%. That's just for our union contract and policing. The town has done nothing and we're already there. And so then you start adding this and then I realized this won't go on our taxes, but it will go on the RD bill. And at the bottom of your bill, when you have to pay it, we're going to say we're raising your taxes by 7%. You're going to add it up and it's going to be 15. So I'm concerned about all of that. I know that all of my council doesn't agree with that. Some do, some don't. And that's why I think it's important that they be involved in just going through this and having a full understanding of what we're trying to attempt here.
Director Hardy, do you want to go ahead then?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And again, not trying to stir up a bee's nest, but I guess the 8,000-pound elephant in the room is the town of Comox maybe not participating in this program. And I guess the concern that I would have is if they're not fully participating, then is there an additional impact on Area B with regards to the requirement for a financial contribution because the town of Comox doesn't want to participate in Service 451. So that's just a question I put forward here. Thanks.
James, do you want to address that question?
Sure, I can try it. So the concept being put forward is that both services, both functions 450 and 451 would be amended and would be utilized to be able to advance the board's interests. Town of Comox is a full participant in function 450, the land acquisition service, and they're not a participant in function 451, the homelessness support service. The report does speak to what the town of Comox does do in respect of homelessness supports, but for the purpose of this implementation of the direct action approaches, the function 450 and 451 collectively are the underpinnings to that service delivery. And it's explained or it's articulated in a couple of the reports or a couple of the tables, I think on pages 8 and 9 with respect to the different participants' contributions.
If I can follow up, Chair.
Okay.
And it'll be a quick one here. And no disrespect to the town of Comox, because I know in their own way, they have made some significant contributions towards affordable housing. But again, if we're looking at this plan moving forward, and with regards to different changes in legislation from the province and the town of Comox maybe not being able to access dollars from developers in the future like they would have in the past, maybe there is an ability for the town of Comox to make the contributions on their own for different applications moving forward. So that's why I asked the question now is no disrespect to town again. They've made some significant contributions in the past, but if we're moving forward, are we moving forward together as a team or are we going in different going in different silos. And that was part of the reason why I asked the question in the previous agenda item, was because I knew that we'd be getting to this agenda item and asking the same question. So where's the town of Comox regarding this program moving forward, if they're going to fully participate or not? And then what are the implications to the other municipal governments in rural areas if they aren't participating?
All right, thanks, Director Hardy. And I'm going to go to Director Morton.
Well, great. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm really supportive and really happy with all the work that's been done on this to provide detail. I guess in terms of the Housing Authority, we've been provided with a few different examples, and there's several different models. It doesn't, there's models where it's more arm's length, as was described in the report. There's other local governments have had a more hands-on direct approach. So I think the type of housing authority doesn't necessarily mean that we're managing all the housing. It can look a variety of ways. So I think, and that's something that we can determine going forward. I think it's clear that we haven't been able to rely on higher governments. I don't see that changing. I think that, again, we've said that housing is the number 1 topic that the public comes to us about. And we can't just keep waiting around thinking, oh, maybe the feds are going to do something or the province is going to do something. I think we owe it to our community, the people who are sleeping on their mother-in-law's couch, or having over 3 kids with 2 bedrooms or whatever it is, who don't have proper housing, to move on this. And I think, as Director Kerr said very eloquently, we decided on this direction as a board. We were very strong about it. We didn't want to wait. We wanted to pursue it. Our staff got on it. Consultants have provided excellent information. So I think the time is now, and I think the option that's put forward is a reasonable option. It's not the big pie in the sky option. It's moderate enough. We know that what residents have been paying with 450 and 451 has not been a lot of money. I just know from going to many openings of our below market housing, I've actually had, I'm sure other council members have as well, I've had people come up and thank the city for, the things that we've done to help make it happen, whether it's, getting rezonings happening quickly, or providing parts of land, or infrastructure, helping with infrastructure, whatever that is. So people do appreciate it. People want to see local leaders having their backs, and housing is the number 1 issue that we hear about. So I think it's a reasonable plan, and I think that I think we need to move forward. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Director Morton. I'll go to Director Hillian next.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm generally supportive of moving forward with this, but I do have a reservation. The recommendation that's before us is clearly taking us down the road of creation of a local government corporation. I'm not entirely comfortable with that option without having some engagement with city staff, who the report mentions they've had some involvement, but not much. We have staff who have direct experience in other communities with different approaches, as Councillor Morin alluded to, or Director Morin alluded to. But I'm wondering if there's a way that we can basically support this in principle and start the ball rolling, but leave space for some engagement with our existing staff to to actually determine if the specific model that's being proposed is in fact the best one. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. And I'm wondering perhaps if staff could address what sort of possibilities there are along those lines.
Yeah, I think that you're right. There's been some engagement with municipal staff, and I do understand there is some experience and some expertise at the staff level. Not that they've got capacity, but that they've had experience. And I wonder if, in part of this answer, if Sue, you'd be able to articulate a little bit more about the nature of that housing corporation, local government corporation, and why you landed on that as the recommended approach. I think that might help just to expand a little bit on what that corporation can do, should do, what it wouldn't do, maybe what some of the limitations are for the local government to do this kind of activity truly in-house. But before going there, Sue, I do think that we can run sort of that engagement in parallel to a degree. I think the recommendation includes that first bullet to bring forward those articles of incorporation, business plan, partner agreement. That's all for board consideration. That would all be, it would need to come back to the board for approval. And I can try to engage with the CAOs and try to have that conversation. It's always a bit of a challenge knowing that they've got their own work plans and their own activities. So it's sometimes a bit difficult to have that attention, but I can certainly endeavor to do that. And I think having the articles of incorporation, that business plan, I think that would give a much better sense on what would a corporation undertake. Would it be helpful for Sue to maybe expand a bit on the corporation concept, how you landed on it as a recommendation, and just briefly what it can do and maybe cannot do?
I'm happy to speak to that if you'd like, definitely.
Sure.
Certainly, some of the key things that came out of both our board engagement as well as discussions with the community and the best practices review were things that are integral to a housing corporation. So while considered in some respects in-house, it is a separate corporation. So it does operate separately with oversight that would come from both the board of directors for the corporation and then in the recommendations we've presented, the sole shareholder would be the CVRD board, which means that through something that's called a shareholder direction, the board would then direct what the activities or the priorities and strategic priorities would be for the corporation, which allows the board to stay in more of a control position to influence the activities. Boards can be set up in a variety of different ways for those corporations. And of course, through the letters patent process, you'd be identifying what the key vision is. So while under the Corporations Act, it would be can be a for-profit organization, but you can dictate that it's targeted to affordable non-market housing, what those priorities look like. And it allows the corporation to then take on levels of debt and financing for development and management of housing units within a confined corporation protection for risk. Some of the other options in the appendice report talk about things like land trust societies, et cetera. Certainly in our best practices review and organizations, that we spoke to and we researched, some of the challenges are when a governance structure is made up of both elected officials and community members, they can run into challenges in terms of cross purposes or not necessarily in alignment with the strategic priorities of a board, which can delay activities. So some of the organizations that were created under different structures, it's a longer process and it takes more time to move things forward. And our understanding from feedback from the board was the sense of a real urgency to move forward in getting housing developed. So we felt this was the best approach in order to achieve that objective. It allows you to move quickly. Now, the recommendations, as you mentioned, CAO Warren, would be recommendations coming back from staff and experts, including legal, that would allow you to make decisions on both the structure, the governance structure, and what the key priorities would be for the board. So there's still lots of flexibility in there for you to define what that looks like. and what you think is most important in terms to achieve your strategic objectives there. Did I miss anything in terms of what additional information you were looking for there, CEO Warren?
I think Director Hillian might have his light on for a follow-up. I think you covered off a bulk of that, but
Thanks for that. I guess I don't understand who staffs the corporation. Do we contract out for an executive director and they hire a couple of underlings and basically they run the thing with the board sitting at in a governance role, or is it somehow a model like one of our other commissions where members of this board sit on a separate board that reviews the activities of the corporation? Like there's a number of those types of questions that I have, and I again I kind of harken back to the experience of some of our staff who've worked in other communities that have some of these models and are raising questions with us about whether this is the best approach to go with based on the size of community that we are and some of the other considerations.
Through you, the chair, happy to respond to that. So corporations can take on a variety of structures. With respect to staffing, probably the most common structure that I've come across, the staff are actually employees of the shareholder. So they would be district employees. However, they are working for the corporation under what's called a management services agreement or a management agreement in terms of what their role is. So the benefit of that is that you're not replicating, for example, HR, financial services, those types of things. They can be from within the structure of the district and provide that support to the corporation, because this wouldn't be like a large corporation. And that would provide some efficiency and some consistency in how that's applied. And certainly there are, as we mentioned in the report, the creation of a housing corporation, there is work that needs to be done, and information would be coming to the board with options for decisions to be made. And it would likely take a year to get to that point where you have an agreement of what that structure looks like. And you go through the provincial process of getting it registered, because a corporation has to go through a registration process, which includes provincial government authority. So it isn't just a decision of the board and then you have a corporation immediately. There are processes to go through that would allow you to allow answers to come and recommendations to come forward on those specifics that would give you some control over what the structure would look like.
Thanks. As reasonable and sensible as your description sounds, I'm just wondering, like, is there room for some other options to develop if say, for example, city staff, town of Comox staff, others in the community come forward with questions or suggestions that might point to a different way forward? If we go ahead with this recommendation tonight, are we tied into the process that you've described, or is it, I guess I'm just not quite clear where the variation can come in, because it sounds like it's a fairly set way forward.
Well, through you, the chair, there are options that can be considered in the creation of a corporation, is where I'm talking about there being some allowances. Certainly, we've made that as a recommendation for the corporation, but identified under the implementation activities, as you'd note, that the reviewing of the options and looking at staff coming back with recommendations to the board on the structure and process and the contracting of services to flesh out the details of what it could look like. So that does give you the ability to then get input from the local staff to be able to then massage what that looks like. And I would assume that then if there was options brought forward or some of the options in our report that folks were leaning more towards, there would be an opportunity for changes there, because you, as the board, would need to approve moving forward for the creation of that entity and registration.
And I think I would just, excuse me, thank you, Sue. I would just add to that, in the recommendation, there's several bullets, and a couple of them are around the amendments to bylaw number 52 and bylaw number 389. Those are the service, that's the authorization under the service bylaws that we have to take these steps forward. If in the, as Sue mentioned, the year-long development of the articles of incorporation, business plan, partner agreement, if that doesn't turn to be a viable path because of consultation and whatnot, we still have that vehicle, but I think the options would then be more in-house in terms of service delivery, or working with societies, or some of the other options that Sue has mentioned. So I think that the bullets in the recommendation, those changes to the bylaws are really, really critical to give us that service authority. And then the details would be more in the articles of incorporation and partnering agreements.
Thanks very much. And we'll go to Director Kerr.
Thanks, Chair. Just again, to address the concerns around Comox involvement, I think it's easier if we look at the two services separately, and I'm going to tie this into this report and how it's going forward. So 451 is the homelessness support service. It is correct, Comox is not a part of it. However, we do provide $40,000 a year to the homeless associated agencies as part of the overall regional approach, and ownership of multiple units in town that are provided as affordable housing. So we could have a debate all night about whether that's more than other jurisdictions are doing or less, or about equal, but it's a different approach, and it's also very appropriate approach and useful in the overall context of providing housing. But I want to just throw 451 aside for a second and really talk about 450. This report is super clear on what we're trying to do. It's to take 450, which is currently focused on emergency shelters and supportive housing land acquisition, and potentially change it slightly to include non-market housing land acquisition and provide housing for non-market units. So Comox is a part of 450. It's already twice as big as 451 if we add capital to it through various processes, such as community bond, raising funds that way, or MFA funding, or BC housing funding. It's going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it's going to provide more and more and more units to people in the Comox Valley. It's going to dwarf the size of 451. So 450 is going to be the housing authority vehicle, funding vehicle, and Comox is part of it. So Comox is definitely involved in 450 and would be part of, if this passes, the housing authority funding going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Kerr. And I'm going to go to Director Greaves, first-time speaker, and then we'll go to Director Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I can't help but thinking about Director Arbor's statements earlier on today about the fact that some very challenging housing opportunities have gone forward on the islands, not because of involvement of the Comox Valley Regional District, but because of organized local community groups, nonprofits. I mean, we see the work that's being done by the Comox Valley Affordable Housing Society. And, I'm not comfortable with elected officials sitting on a board of a corporation, because my experience over the last 16 years is that, no offense, but both staff and elected officials have limited business acumen. So it's, I understand and I do appreciate the fact that 450 is going to be the vehicle, because we need a vehicle. We need tax requisition so we can take it to MFA if we need to. I mean, but when you take a look at even raising up the two services together to $1.5 million a year, I mean, let's face it, folks, that's not even a drop in the bucket. It really isn't. we'd have to be saving up for 20 years to actually get enough money to even purchase some land, or let alone something that's already existing, like an apartment building or something. So, I just warn everybody that, what's the old saying? With great expectations comes the potential for great disappointment. So if the people are expecting us to turn miracles here, it just ain't going to happen. So, it's more symbolic. Hate to say it, but it's a symbolism here that we are appearing to be doing something. Thank you.
Hopefully we're aiming for that middle ground between miracles and mere symbolism. I think there's quite a lot of space there. Director Morin.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not nearly as pessimistic. I thought you were supposed to get more pessimistic as you got older, but we've been presented with several models that have had amazing outcomes. Other local governments have done this, some more successful than others, some are newer than others. There's some that were presented to us that are bringing in more, bringing in revenue. That's seeding the next thing. There's others that are, a little bit further behind, but they're all creating units. They're all creating housing. We're not the first. We have those models to look, reflect on and take, use those as examples. I do agree with Director Hillian that it would be obviously good to fan out and include our staff and their expertise in all the local governments around this. But I think, going back to my earlier point, I think that Sue, our consultant, reinforced what I was saying, that this can look a variety of ways. And on page 20 of the report, which is what I was kind of basing my comments on, it talks about that, we're going to determine what the governance structure is. We're going to determine, what this is going to look like. And it could look a variety of ways depending on, what we decide. And it's flexible. I heard that word, flexible. So I don't think that, I think this word corporation maybe is creating some fear in people, because when I look at the actual examples that we've been given, they don't look like corporations to me. They look like bodies that are working together collaboratively, leveraging funding and creating housing for people. So I think we just need to have a little bit, more open mind about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Morin. And Director Hardy, you have your hand up. I think it's been up the whole time, but I just wanted to check you don't have a fresh comment you wanted to make.
Thanks, Chair.
All right.
Yeah, it's been up for a while.
Okay, sounds good.
So if I could.
Yeah, please, of course, yeah.
So again, the question that I bring forward is, again, with regards to the governance or the decision-making body for this program moving forward. And again, it's probably going to sound like I'm picking on the town of Comox, but if the town of Comox is fully participating in the program because of not participating in Service 451, when the board starts making spending decisions or decisions with regards to here's how the dollars are going to go, are there going to be instances where the town of Comox just doesn't have the ability to vote because they're not in Service 451? And I'm just wanting to get some clarification on how that governance is going to work moving forward. Thanks.
So I think the answers to those questions, Director Hardy, are going to be in the details of the Articles of Incorporation, in the business plan, the partner agreement, the documentation that would define the governance around that corporation. And I think, as Sue mentioned, the CVRD as a corporation itself would be the shareholder to the local government corporation. So it's really how those articles of incorporation are defined that would determine the board of directors' decision-making process. When it comes to decisions on function 450 or 451 and the budget around those two particular services, then we would default to the Local Government Act and voting rules under the LGA. But in respect of decisions on the corporation, that's going to be defined through the Articles of Incorporation.
All right, thank you. And I'll go to Director Arbor and after that, Director Grant.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And sadly, I'll have to go after the vote. Got to drive a kid to Black Creek now. So in terms of, in terms of the corporation, I think, I don't know, we've been talking about that for 18 months and there's been an opportunity to do research. I talked to Maya Tate and Zach DeVries, who, when I talked to him, he was chair of the Capital Regional Housing Corporation. And they're up to 2,000 units. They've got their stride. It's not always easy. Nothing's ever easy, but they've definitely scaled up their impact across the CRD area, and all the elected officials who sit on the board there seem to collaborate pretty well. So I'd like to see this as an opportunity to be positive about it, something that's going to be good. It will never be perfect, but yeah, I'm hoping we have the vote tonight and that we can get this underway. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Arbor. And we'll go to Director Grant.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at the recommendation, and my concern is the first bullet, which says creation of a local government corporation, which I think is probably what my council would be most interested in. And it sounds like Doug's got a bit of maybe not angst. I'd just like to know more about it. So I'm wondering if we could make a motion to send this to our council along with the first presentation in the same manner so that we get that. And I'm just not sure whether if we leave that creation, if we're committing to a corporation or not. So maybe staff could help me with that.
I'm not sure if I totally follow the question on that. You're interested in referring the concept of the local government corporation to councils to get feedback. But at the same time, you're not sure if committing to this recommendation commits us to the corporation. Is that?
That's pretty much what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not sure that
I'm just not sure. Like, are we saying we're going to do it tonight or? So
the purpose of the recommendation is to put in play the development of those draft articles of incorporation, everything else that's listed in there, which would come back to the board for consideration. And I said, as in response to Director Hillian's question, I think there is an opportunity for some parallel conversation with the CAOs, with the staff, to explore those articles of incorporation, understand what that looks like.
Okay, so what I'm thinking about here is I would like this to go to our staff and council as the last one did. I'm just not sure that I'm not sure if that's going to satisfy the need to discuss whether or not we should have an actual corporation or if there's another way, or some of the things that Doug had said, were my thoughts as well. And so just want to make sure we're not going to commit to this today before we actually get a chance to really hash it out a bit. So my thought was to make a recommendation to send it to staff along with the other report, or our council and staff of the other report. And then we can pass this one as long as it's not committing us tonight to starting a corporation.
Thank you.
So the corporation will take time to develop. It's going to take time to draft all those materials. As Sue mentioned, it's upwards of a year-long process. The board will have to make decisions on adopting those articles of incorporation, adopting the business plan along the way. If you support this recommendation, the staff can get going on all these other pieces as well as some of those articles of incorporation. So I think if you don't adopt this recommendation, then we are more challenged to incorporate this into our 2025 financial planning. Because of the time needed to be able to present this for the budget.
Yeah, so all I really want to do is send this back with the other report, and so that we can get a full discussion. It sounds to me like you're saying there would be time if we came up with a different model, or maybe that we weren't governing the corporation, that perhaps that could change in the future? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the details of the corporation would all be embedded in those articles of incorporation, the business plan, the partnering agreement. And that is yet to be defined. That is what will come before the board in the future. And if there's not an appetite by the board in the future for those articles, we'll either be instructed to redesign them or take a different model, whether it be using a society, doing more of this work in-house, or abandoning it. That's another option too. It's always available to the board.
Okay, I mean, I'm not sold on the corporation part, to be honest with you. And, you know, and this is what I'd like to be able to discuss more with our staff as Doug was mentioning. I think there's some value in that before we move forward. But I don't mind moving the rest of the recommendation or all of the recommendation, as long as we have that opportunity to possibly look at different options should something come out.
So we're still on receipt, and we'll dispense with that in a second, but I appreciate hearing that. And my understanding from what the CAO is saying is that if you look at the first bullet, those last 3 words for board consideration is that this is not locking anyone into anything. It just means that the model that's going to be worked on primarily is a corporation, and will then discuss and debate and either pass or not pass the particular elements of the corporation, if I'm understanding that correctly, James, approximately. So we've got 4 more speakers. We'll try and get through those, and then we'll do a motion for receipt and keep going. So, oops, I think I meant to get Director Hillian, but I got Director McCollum just.
Oh,
okay.
I turned my light off and on
Okay.
about 3 times, so I may have moved in the queue. Yeah, I was just trying to scroll to the table at the end that kind of outlines what we're looking at. And I hear Director Grant's reservations about this, because structurally it is a big change that we're contemplating. But what the actual dollar figures that we're looking at for the next budget to move this forward and continue on this process that's been well supported by the board for the entirety of this term is, I think it's $100,000 in the foundational option. I was trying to get back to that slide. Maybe it's 200,000. Anyway, it's $100,000 in the 2025 budget, as compared to the $700,000 tax requisition that we did last year with 0 debate and 0 concern, that the town of Comox also supported. I seem to recall it was a unanimous vote. So I would just point out that we're looking at a model that in the capital region has 0 tax requisition now that it's been fully realized, that it's a self-sustaining model, and the investment that we're talking about in the 2025 budget is $100,000 spread over the entire region. Like, this is just, the financial piece is not the biggest hurdle at this point. So I just want to draw that comparison into this discussion and point out that, you know, it's a small investment to make at this point, and we do approve the budget each and every year. So, I mean, if we're just looking ahead to the next year, we're taking a fairly conservative approach.
Thanks for that.
Just
go.
sorry, and I don't mean to complicate things here, but the recommendation is for the enhanced option. I appreciate Director McCollum, you've been referencing the foundational option, which is, you're correct, it's $180,000 increase over the 2024 budget. The recommendation is the enhanced option, which would be that $780,000 increase over the current 2024 budget. So I just wanted to clarify that. Correct. It's yeah. So that the funds dedicated to the corporation development is $100,000. The enhanced model includes additional funding into reserves for the land and the build portions.
Thank you. Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. I think it helps me to understand it if I frame it this way. We're basically supporting this in principle right now, because a lot of the details are still to be worked out, and that's what staff are proposing to do. I mean, we could actually include those words, including the following: support in principle the creation of a local government corporation. We could also potentially include in the second bullet, development of a communication plan to further engage with local partner governments and to inform the community. And I wonder if that would satisfy the concerns that are being raised and affirm what CAO Warren indicated earlier, which was that he would see further engagement with local municipalities to talk about the issues that this raises for them, and any thoughts they may have about the form this might take. I just float that right now. I'm certainly prepared to move it as an amendment if people think it would help.
Thanks for that suggestion, Director Hillian. We'll hear from Director Morin, and then we'll dispense with receipt and we can start motioning.
Thanks for that, Director Hillian. I was just going to bring up that I think in the last item, we talked about a presentation to councils with a Q&A kind of thing. And I would support that for, the combination of that. And I guess just having heard what Director Hillian said, I guess I just would ask our CAO if having the language in principle ties our hands in terms of putting it into the budget and all the other, does it stall any part of the process?
Yeah, I don't think it does stall anything, because if it's tied, if the in principle is in reference to that first bullet, then if the board supports the rest, then we would be bringing forward those bylaw amendments and the other work involved. So I don't think it would stall or slow down that.
Okay. And it still gives us an opportunity that if there was some glaring thing that was presented to us that we all went, whoa, then we have the option to adjust the plan.
Yeah, we've definitely got off ramps. I really appreciate you clarifying what that would
Thanks.
slow down the process. Director Grant, do you want to make another comment?
Yeah, so I guess with this, I just want to get our staff's eyes and possibly our council's eyes on this. So I agree with Director Moore, and I think that if you put in principle in here, then we could just add that to this recommendation with a, just change it a little bit so that it fits that, and then I think I'd be good with it.
Fantastic. Okay, and so we are still on receipt, or just anyone opposed to receipt? Now we're not on receipt anymore. So who would like to move a recommendation? Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move the recommendation to include the following words at the start of the first bullet: support in principle the.
Someone care to second that?
Sorry, there's a bit more.
Okay.
So it would read: support in principle the creation of a local government corporation, et cetera, et cetera. And then in bullet 2, development of a communication plan, including further engagement with other local governments and to inform the community.
We added there along the previous report, so they go at the same time, right?
Well, I would see that as an operational matter that would be determined by staff in terms of how they would present it. I mean, they may develop at different rates, and it may be that presentation of one doesn't necessarily coincide with the other. But I think the important thing is that we want there to be engagement with the other elected bodies along these lines.
And thank you. And the CAO would whatever, right, you've heard what Director Grant has said, the preference for trying to present them at a similar time, which makes sense, I think, in terms of the council tables. So so if that's taken on board, isn't that understood by staff, that's a useful factor. Director McCollum.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that we're getting closer to a decision, but the other piece of this that we haven't really had a discussion around tonight is the increase to the bylaw around the homelessness support service in order to increase the tax requisition by $100,000. And I do have some concerns around that, namely that we have increased this quite substantially in the last 3 years in a row, is my recollection. We don't really have any say in how the money is used. We don't really have a clear articulated need as to why we need to change the bylaw. And this is always a source of contention because not all of us are not all of the it's not participated in across the region. And so that is part of why I would prefer us to go with the foundation option. I also did some quick math on how much money we could borrow with a $700,000 a year payment. It's about $12 million on a 20-year term. So, and that particular service allows for borrowing. So to me, it's not completely clear why we need to increase that amount right now. We increased it a lot last time. We don't have a land acquisition strategy in front of us. And then we're talking about changing a bylaw for a service that isn't supported across the community. So those are my two reservations on going with the enhanced option. I don't want to vote against this recommendation, but I do want to articulate that those two things pose a challenge for me right now.
I believe we currently have an amendment on the floor, and so we need to sort that out. And once that's sorted out, is a further amendment? If there were a further amendment by Director McCollum, that could then be incorporated after the first one is voted on.
Well, I think actually the resolution put forward was, as is on the screen there, it was the wording presented in the staff report plus the couple of changes that Director Hillian made.
Exactly. So we vote on the change. So if we vote on the changes that Director Hillian is making, and then a further amendment along the lines of going with the foundational rather than the enhanced, we could then do that amendment and then vote on the entire thing, right?
I actually understood that Director Hillian made the motion with the changes already embedded. So it's not an amendment to the staff recommendation. It's simply as presented. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, so there is not an amendment. This is the resolution, in which case, Director McCollum, would you like to make a motion for an amendment? Thanks for clarifying that for me, James.
Yeah, okay, understanding that. I guess we'll just see if others share my thinking, but I prefer that we go with the foundational option. I can't remember which it is in the report. And then that would also mean removing the bullet associated with the changing, the second to last bullet. So it would be striking that and changing to foundation option. If anyone wants to.
Director Roberts, did you want to speak to that? Your hand was up and just went down suddenly.
Was it seconded?
The Director McCollum's amendment? Yes, it was. Director
Oh, it
Grieve.
was. Okay, yes, I did want to speak on that.
Okay, sorry, so you do want to speak to it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go for it.
So just speaking against that, I prefer that, as Director Kerr said, we're not going the full meal, but I think we should start tooling up. We have a really clear recommendation from our consultants. If it's any to reconcile for Director McCollum, I think it was the exact same set of consideration a month ago on another decision, and they did not factor, and the amounts were a lot larger. We had a jurisdiction that was not participating, et cetera, et cetera. And on this decision, this is on housing, where we need to move the dial, where every single local politician, except maybe one or two around this table, have said we are going to act on this. This is the biggest issue we have. And I too, like Dr. Kerr, I'm disappointed that we're not going for the full meal. In fact, even if it's 3 million, I'd be probably still fine with it. So I'm voting against the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Just conferring with Lisa, she's just finalizing the changes. You can see them written at the bottom. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Director Morin?
Well, I'm trying to get clear on what the amendment is. I'm not really following. I understand the foundational part, but strike the second last bullet.
I think the second last bullet is a feature of the enhanced, and if we go with foundational, and that feature would disappear.
Right. I thought that Director McCollum, so you're saying, if I'm following you, you're keeping the 451, but not the 450, or the other way around? And I thought that Comox contributes to the 450.
It does.
Okay.
And the bullet in question is regarding 451.
So you're talking about keeping 450, the funds for 450.
We're not, yeah, this is
In the foundational. I just can't find those.
The foundational chart.
The 13.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe that's why, because I didn't scroll far enough.
Yeah.
I just want to get that
fair bit of
clear.
scrolling to be had there.
Anyway, I might come back, but I won't waste everyone's time while
Okay. All right. So we're now speaking to the amendment, and Director Kirk, please go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to echo Director Arbor's comments. I'll be voting against this amendment as I prefer the enhanced or higher options. Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much. Director McCollum.
Yeah, I put my light on to answer Director Morin, but I think she's covered it. So I think the funding for the HSS is good now. And if we're presented with information in the future as to why the service needs more funding, then that makes sense to me. But the $100,000 is another step, and I don't have a lot of information that would justify making that change. And I am fully supportive moving ahead with maximizing the development of non-market housing, but I think the $780,000 allows us to borrow at least $12 million. We don't have a project in front of us. It's hard for me to make a justification as to why we should increase that by 1.2 million before we've advanced to the next step. So it's not that I don't agree with doing that in the future. I think it's getting ahead of ourselves, and the amount that we're putting into reserve both last year and this year is moving us in a great direction. And I think the foundational option is meeting all of our objectives at this time. So that's my thinking on it. So yeah, anyway, I'll stop there.
Thanks, Director McCollum. We'll go to Director Grieve.
Yeah, I applaud the board for making these revisions on this recommendation. It makes it more palatable to everybody. But a little point of order through to our CAO. This recommendation, it says it's all get to vote on it. Well, being that Comox isn't part at 451, they shouldn't be voting on it anyway.
This involves both services, CAO.
I think you're right that when there's votes on operational matters related to function 451, it's just the participants. This is a outcome of your strategic planning initiatives. This is a corporate consideration, a corporate decision, and as such, it would fall to your corporate responsibilities, your corporate voting. So I appreciate there's some there's reference to function 451, the homelessness supports. However, this is an all-encompassing approach. It is a corporate matter, and it comes into your strategic planning. So I think it's the corporate voting that would apply in this instance.
Okay, so we've had some good discussion there. So this is on the amendment. It's written at the bottom of the screen there. Dr. Brown, please go ahead. You haven't had a chance to speak yet.
Apologies. I'm just trying to figure out that. So in the foundational option, we could come back after we create the non-market housing master plan, and then change the service to increase the funding, yes?
Yes, that's always an opportunity, up to the board. If there was a need for rationale for the change at this point, I would look to Sue's report. I would look to the staff report and the attachment that provides that rationale and talks about the capacity building and the increase in rent supplements. And it is enhanced, and that's the nature of the recommendation. But if there was rationale needed, I think that's where I would point to. But you're right, Director Brown, you can, as a board, anytime look to amend the service bylaw.
And as I'm reading the report over and over again, doesn't it say it's only a $100,000 increase in service 451 for the enhanced option?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Okay. And at this point, we're again back to the vote on the amendment. So just all those in favor? Dr. Grieve, McCollum, Grant, and Hardy. Okay, and those opposed? Okay, Kerr, Killian, Morin, Brown, Arbor, and myself. Okay, so we've yeah, we're back to the basic motion as on the screen. And is there any discussion on that before I call vote? Okay, so the motion itself, all those in favor? Okay, and online that's Brown and Arbor, and opposed? Okay. Okay, and so that carries, and on we go. This is okay. So we're going to go on to the vastly controversial water restrictions dashboard. This will be a nice light snack for everyone. Moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And that passes for receipt and strategic initiatives update. Okay, and that's for receipts. And I'll pass it over to our CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is your regular, I think 3 times a year, we're trying to present the strategic initiatives. These mini Gantt charts, they're attached for all the different proposals or key initiatives that you've identified through either strategic planning or financial planning. We update it and you can see the moving bar. We're currently in Q4 of 2024. And all the initiatives have had updates. You can also see the schedule changes and changes from previous as noted. Happy to take any questions on this, but I will note that there are several, as we've been working with these initiatives, we've identified that many of these, some of these initiatives are really very operational in nature. And so I'm proposing to remove these operational items from the initiatives chart because they don't quite fit the same model as the true sort of strategic initiatives. But what we do want to do is present to the board and to the committees and commissions on a more regular basis operational updates about the work going on. So the electoral areas just received a parks operational update yesterday and was able to see the work plan, see the progress on items. And so we'll try and do that for some of the other more operational matters to keep you informed, but also to celebrate some of the success of the board, of the work plans and the staff's exercises and efforts. So happy to take any questions you have on any of these initiatives, and you've got your full executive team here to support.
Great, thanks. And Dr. Martin's question.
Well, I'm really suffering from lack of airtime with the water committee cancellation. So I just want to wear my water chair hat. And I just wanted to ask about the water master plan planning. So the C's indicate change from previous, and I believe that means that they're delayed, like they're not as
right. So
they're past where they were envisioned, correct? Is that what the Cs are representing? Change from previous?
Yeah, change from previous. So in the previous iteration, where you had a green box and now there's a C.
Yeah.
That means that we're saying there's a change to that schedule, so.
Yeah, and I think for that particular one, we're a little bit behind
Yeah.
where we thought, yeah.
It bumps forward a little bit.
So, you know, even though we didn't have much discussion on the last item, we continue to hear about water from our residents, although we've had a bit of rain lately, so it's not quite as often, but I guess I'm curious, the final report is supposed to come in Q3. And will we be, do you anticipate that going later than Q3, or does that seem like pretty on time?
I
Because
think
there are some people who are kind of, you know, asking us questions about direction around water. And I know we keep saying, well, we're waiting for that water master plan. So I just want to be able to.
I think that is accurate, and yeah, Mark is gonna be able to.
Oh,
provide a
look,
bit of
you see,
additional
Mark,
context.
he's been here all night and I made it worth his while.
Mark?
Yeah, through the CAO and through the chair. So the trouble that we're having with the water master plan in terms of completing it is it's all related to believe it or not, the housing needs assessments that are being completed by the municipality. So there's a ton of work going on there. I'm sure that it's what you talk about a lot at council meetings, but so we're using that information as the best information for how the community is going to grow.
For modeling, yeah.
For modeling. And that's very important to how the water system needs to grow to support, you know, both the total number of new people and the spatially where they're going to be. So we're working closely with the city and the town and their consultant to get that information to feed into the water master plan. So that's been kind of the main holdup. There's nothing else going on with that project. It's just that we're trying to bring forward the best.
Okay, well, that's great. It's good to know. Then I can blame it on us, on the city. Thanks.
And Director Grant.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Mark, you know, not often, but periodically I run into people that are telling me that we're running out of water and we don't have any. And I believe that they're talking about the rural areas and some of the farms that run out of water. But the town and the city are not running out of water. As a matter of fact, we've got lots of it. I'm wondering if there's something we could put out just to quell those fears that people in the municipalities are not running out of water.
Yeah, so I think the water master plan will go a long way to, you know, setting the facts straight. It will discuss source water capacity, so Comox Lake water capacity, water licensing for the regional district and the water systems. So it'll speak to you know what the truth is on the water supply side. But it is also going to include a section on water consumption and, you know, consumption per capita and you know what other communities are achieving and what we should be striving for. It will discuss water metering. You know, it will have a big section on water conservation. That'll also be part of it. But I think it should go a long way to doing both what you're asking is, you know, is there enough water long term for the growth of this community, that kind of thing. But it will also have a focus on using water responsibly and on conservation.
Oh, this would be quick.
Sorry, that prompted another question. I think way back when we were discussing this also, though, there was a conversation around how the modeling may need quite an update because of the impacts of climate change have kind of accelerated from the last modeling that we had done. So is that not going to be part of the report as well, that the impacts to our water system might be more than what we thought, even though it looks like we have an abundance of water, like if we're looking 50 years down the road or something? And I think that was also part of it, that we were going to look further into the future. Is that correct?
Well, I'm starting to test my memory, so I don't have the scope in front of me. I would need to check in with Chris and Zoe to make sure I fully understood what the scope was in terms of, modeling climate change, modeling that future prediction.
Well, maybe
I know
we could-
there's
maybe we could
definitely a section
actually
on
have a-
source water capacity and community growth to ensure that they match up. I mean, that's fundamental. A long-term climate change lens, I can check in with Chris. And see
Yeah,
where-
thanks. I don't mean to put you on the spot. Maybe we can save that for a, water committee, but I think it is an important question because I think that we are showing that we have lots of water, but then there's also concern that we may, we may have more of a shortage than we think based on, we've got communities that are flooding that didn't think they were going to be flooding for 50 years or whatever. So there has been some acceleration of impacts. So thanks.
All right, I think we're on receipt, and this is the strategic initiatives update. I don't see any further questions. Anyone opposed to receipt? And that passes. Move minutes, October, whoa. Okay, those are not minutes actually, but do you care to move the recommendation? He's gonna move something. Okay, so the recommendation is moved. Anyone opposed? And that passes. We have these are minutes though. If anyone cares to move them. Thank you, perfect. Anyone opposed to receipt? No. Recommendation moved.
Second.
Thank you, Director Grant. I was wondering why you weren't seconding things. Okay, anyone opposed? And that passes. Then we have the move Black Creek. Okay, we have, okay. We get better bus service then probably. So the recommendation is moved and seconded. Are there any questions on that? Anyone opposed? And that passes. Now we have the recommendation from the October 7th Electoral Area Service Committee. Recommendation 1. Moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? That passes. Recommendation 2. Okay. Anyone opposed? And that passes. Recommendation number 3. Okay, moved and seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? That passes. Item number 12 is the BC Affordable Housing Conference. Move receipt and thank you very much. Anyone opposed? That passes. And okay, thanks. Any opposed? Okay, appreciate that. Thanks, everyone. First, okay, now first and second reading, bylaw number 817. Okay, and that's for first and second reading. Anyone opposed? That passes. Now for first, second, and third reading. Sorry, just. Okay, so sorry, the previous item wasn't approved at the ESC, so we're moving to item number 3, which is on our screen right now, the Graham Lake Water Service Establishment bylaw number 732. Okay. Okay, any questions? Anyone opposed? Move, how about third reading? Okay. Okay, anyone opposed? And that passes. The track and field service loan authorization bylaw for the turf field. So it's the first and second reading of this. Okay, sorry. Can Lisa, can you explain to me the budget amendment first? So which motion is that? Sorry, I'm just tired. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Just prior to considering this bylaw, we need a budget for this service. So this is what this resolution is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, seconded. Perfect. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And the budget amendment passes.
Now to the bylaw.
Now to the bylaw. Thank you, everyone. First and second, it's been seconded. Any questions? Anyone opposed? And then third reading. Okay. Fantastic. Anyone opposed? And that passes. And now we go back in camera because we said we were going to. Oh, okay. So we're going